Good afternoon to you. You're watching the National Assembly live broadcast. It is the afternoon of 15th of June, the year is 2021. We are glad you're watching. This broadcast is brought to you courtesy of the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. This is in collaboration with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A lot has been lined up on the floor of the House this afternoon session. There is a couple of motions as well as bills set to be tabled for the first time before the floor of the House. The first bill is the Trustees' Perpetual Succession Bill. This is an amendment bill, number 23 of 2021. This is by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Finance, as well as National Planning. The principal objective of the bill is to enable accumulation of the generation of matters wealth for the benefit of multiple purposes generations. It also makes the provision for, as well as defines for the various types of trustees, including charitable trust as well as non-charitable purposes. And additionally, the bill makes new provision for enforcement of that particular trust. Also lined up is the Certified Managers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2021. This certified bill seeks to establish the Institute of Certified Managers and to provide for a legal framework. This is for registration as well as regulation of the standards and practice for the profession and for the connected purposes. The bill is divided into 7 parts, and Part 3 of the bill seeks to establish the Certified Management Examination Board by prescribing the composition of the board, circumstances under which a vacancy can arise in the board, the functioning of the board, as well as the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer of the board, and the funds of the board, which shall such money may be payable to a board. The Chairperson Budget and Appropriations Committee will be moving a motion. The motion is on consideration of the budget estimates. This is for the financial year 2021-2022. The Chairperson Budget Committee will be moving that the House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. This is on the budget estimates for the national government as well as the judiciary and Parliament for the financial year 2021-2022, and that particular report was laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, June 8th, the year being 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution of Kenya, Section number 39. This is of the Public Finance Management Act, number 2012, and Standing Orders number 239. The House approves the issuance of 1.9 trillion shillings from the consolidated funds to meet the expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2022 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule of the order paper. The second motion is by the Chairperson Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General. This is on the General of the Financial Statements for the national government. This is for the year 2017-2018, that the House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the report of the Auditor General. This is on the financial statements of the national government for the year 2017-2018. And that particular report was laid on the table of the House on March 23rd, 2021. Now, members of the August House will be resuming debate on that particular motion, which was interrupted on the June 8th on a Tuesday, 2021. Members of the National Assembly continue streaming into the chamber ahead of the commencement of this afternoon sitting, where members are expected to debate a couple of motions as well as bills that will be tabled before the floor of the House. Honourable Member for Igembe South, pursuant to Standing Orders number 42A, subsection 5, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Physical Planning to explain why there have been multiple demarcations of land described as Amagendi B, sub-C, as well as Igembe South sub-county since 1992 to date, with each demarcation giving different land registration numbers, are thereby creating confusion and suspicion as well as conflict in that particular region. Those particular questions by the member for Igembe South will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Matters Lands. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, has just stepped into the chamber, and I'll now hand over for the live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing. Good afternoon.
Who in wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. We beseech you to behold with abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to a performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests were committed to our church. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
We can proceed.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honourable members, pursuant to operations of Standing Order 225, subsection 1, paragraph B, I wish to report to the House that I have received a petition from Messrs. Anthony Manyara and John Wangai asking that the National Assembly do repeal Section 22, subsection 1 of the Elections Act 2011. Honourable members, for clarity, Section 22, paragraph 1, paragraph B of subsection 1 of the said act provides, and I quote, a person may be nominated as a candidate for an election under this act only if that person, in B, Romans 1 and 2, in the case of a member of parliament, is a holder of a degree from a university recognized in Kenya, Roman 2, or in the case of a member of a county assembly, a degree from a university recognized in Kenya. Pursuant to Section 1A of the Act, the cited provisions are to come into force and apply to qualifications for candidates in the general elections to be held after the 2017 general elections, being August 2022 general elections. Honourable members, the petitioners argue that Section 22, subsection 1, paragraph B, are unconstitutional to the extent that they are discriminatory, inconsistent with the constitutional preserves in the Bill of Rights, and against the will and sovereignty of the people, who constitutionally are the ones to elect their representatives irrespective of academic credentials. They further argue that since the COVID-19 pandemic disrupted the academic calendar, some sitting and aspiring candidates who do not meet the academic requirements may be disadvantaged, as they may not have completed the pursuit of their degrees within the projected time period of less than 2 years to the next elections. In addition, the petitioners claim that the university degree requirement will make political leadership a preserve of the elites and will disenfranchise a number of good leaders who may not have been privileged to pursue higher education. Honourable members, the petitioners therefore pray that this House deletes Section 22, subsection 1, paragraph B of the Elections Act in its entirety, so as to provide a fair playground to all candidates seeking elective positions, regardless of their educational backgrounds. Honourable members, on the same breath, one James Murithi Ndwiga of ID number 25976982 has also petitioned the National Assembly, proposing that the National Assembly deletes the same section and substituting it with the following new section, and I quote the proposed provision: be a holder of a certificate, diploma, or other post-secondary school qualification acquired 1 year before a general election or election recognized by the relevant ministry, and in such manner as may be prescribed by the Education Act, close the quotes. Honourable members, having determined that the matters raised in the two petitions are well within the authority of this House, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 227, these consolidated petitions stand committed to the Departmental Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and the petitioners in accordance with Standing Order 227, subsection 2. The committee may also introduce a bill to this House proposing to legislate in the manner prayed for by the petitioners. I thank you, honourable members. There is no question. Well, honourable members, the petitioners have a right, of course, to petition the House, but of course, it's also fair to appreciate that Article 99 of the Constitution, among other qualifications, states that such educational qualifications as may be prescribed by an act of Parliament. So I think given that they talk about unconstitutionalism, they may need also then to also address Article 99. I hope, honourable members, not all of you want to comment on this. Honourable Duale.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for bringing this petition, reading the petition, in accordance with our standing orders. And Mr. Speaker, you are right, every Kenyan has a right to. But Mr. Speaker, I have some history, and I'm sure Honorable Mbandi and Honorable Kimunya will agree with me. This matter came in the 10th Parliament, when we were in the old chamber, where the Senate is. And I remember the chorus was, people must go back to school. Speaker, that time, the number of people who didn't have degree were many, and they were in the cabinet. Speaker, I don't want to name them. There were many in the cabinet of President Uhuru Kenyatta and Honorable Raila Odinga. So what happened, when the House passed it, President Kibaki used his veto power in accordance with Article 115 of the Constitution, and he overturned the decision of the House. Then in the 11th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, we had a very robust discussion, and we took into consideration the concerns of our colleagues, and we said, until 2022, go back to school, go back to university. And Mr. Speaker, COVID cannot be the reason. Today, you know what's happening? When even your wife chases you away, you use COVID as a reason. The universities are on, people are online. So, Mr. Speaker, as you rightly read Article 99, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution, it is a function of this House to enact an act of Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, there is this story of leaders are born, but leaders, when they are born, all of us, we didn't have any experience. We didn't have any qualification. We went to school, some became doctors. Mr. Speaker, we cannot have people who have no basic education qualification to participate in the function of budget-making process of this House. Mr. Speaker, we cannot have people who don't have the required education qualification to interrogate the Auditor General's report of this House. We can't have people who have no qualification to bring bills and represent their people. So, Mr. Speaker, we are taking our children to school. We can't educate our children. And then here we tell people, you can come to the National Assembly or the Senate when you have no qualification. Mr. Speaker, I really want to urge the House that this time around, if they failed in the 10th Parliament, and if they fail, and if I am one of them, I had a chance between 2017 to 2021 is 4 years. That is the 4 years you can take a degree, basic degree, bachelor's program. And the degree, in fact, the degree must be verifiable, and you must come with a transcript. You know? You cannot just come and not hundreds of degrees. There are people in this House who are called doctors, and they have got 100 degrees. That is not a degree. So you must have the transcripts. We must see your colleagues who are in the university. Your lecturers must be known. And Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the House that this petition must be dealt with in accordance with Article 99, Sub-Article 1.
Member for Ugenya.
Honourable Speaker, I didn't intend to speak on this one, but Mr. Speaker, Honourable Dwale has talked about it. You know, this same constitution that they are saying is, the law that they're saying is discriminative, talks about the president must have a degree, the governor must have a degree, and so we are just extending this to ensure that those who come to this House don't stay here for 4 years and don't say anything. Mr. Speaker, we have members in this House who go for 5 years and they claim to be working on the ground. Our first and foremost duty as members of Parliament is to debate in this chamber, to legislate and bring bills in this chamber, not work on the ground. In fact, sometimes I think that if in future we want to make this Parliament robust, then we take CDF away, so that members take time in this floor, and so that we are able to debate as a people. Mr. Speaker, people talk about young MPs those days, like my Senator Orengo, Itobe Manyara, Shikuku. They had no CDF. Mr. Speaker, but they spent their time on this floor, made their contribution on this floor, Mr. Speaker, and did so well for the country. But some here, we are spending so much time following CDF, how much money has come in, blah, blah, blah. So we don't pay attention. And that's why some members said that wacha wajaluo waongee kizungu kwa bunge as we work on the ground. It's not about kizungu. It's about being able to interact with the tools that we're using in this House. Mr. Speaker, if someone has not gone to school, how will he use this iPad? Yes. How will he be able to log in and be able to even interact? Because you're supposed now to log into this system, go to House business, check reports, check what's there before you're able to contribute. Mr. Speaker, if you can't do that, then we are wasting people's time. Mr. Speaker, above all, if we are to respect the law, Mr. Speaker, then this time, this Parliament will stand indicted if we interfere with this particular law. Because we have tried it so many times. This time around, Mr. Speaker, we must put our feet down, and if there's any member in this House who thinks that he's going to convince others, more than 70% of members of this House now have degrees. More than 70%. So if you don't have, Mr. Speaker, this is the time to ensure that you get one. If you don't get one, then wait for 2027. Otherwise, we cannot be keeping going back and forth. Then members, Mr. Speaker, you ruled the other day here. Some members, instead of now engaging with the reports, they want to engage with the witnesses that have come before the committees because they have nothing useful or useless to add to what is happening in Parliament. Speaker, so much as the petitioners have a right to bring the petition, Mr. Speaker, I want to request the committee concerned that let us not waste time on this matter. There are more serious businesses to be looked at. IBC has not given us a report on how they want to do the elections the next 1 year. The Legal Affairs Committee, check for us. How prepared is IBC? Check for us. How prepared are we to do elections? Not these small things of degrees and what. Let those ones be done by the universities, Mr. Speaker. It's not our business to start asking people to go to school when they very well know that the reason Kenyatta, the president, and Moi, and Kibaki and Uhuru has been spending so much money in education is so that all our children are able to participate in national development. You can't do it in this age by claiming to be having national education. That's nowhere. Or by osmosis, Mr. Speaker. So we want to ask the Legal Affairs Committee, this is a matter that can't require to spend a week. Let us give the petitioners a report, the answer back this next week, and look for better things, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Now, let's not debate it. Let's just point salient features so that, because I can see there are very many of you who have comment, please. 1-2 minutes, Honorable Kagogo Bowen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to comment this issue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under Article 95, Mr. Speaker, the role of, I am a graduate from Jomo Kenyatta University, Mr. Dwale. So, Mr. Speaker, it is impossible to have legislators here who are illiterate. You cannot, legislate when you are illiterate. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we have seen, Mr. Speaker, we have seen even in some cases where you have a law professor as a governor and, are oversighted by illiterate MCAs. Mr. Speaker, this issue, we discussed it in the 11th Parliament, like the Honorable Dwale said, Mr. Speaker, and this time we are not going to postpone again to 2027. Mr. Speaker, we need to deal this thing once and for all, Mr. Speaker, and we make sure that we have members here who are able to interrogate members of the executive. We are able to, interrogate the bills which are coming into this House, Mr. Speaker, and be a legislators of substance, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Emuhaya. He's not ready. Member for Alego Usonga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I am well schooled. I went to the university, and many people in this House know that I went to school. But, Honorable Speaker, the crisis in Kenya is not about lack of academic papers. It's about lack of integrity. And there's no evidence that if you have many papers, then probably you have more integrity than the others. It is very clear, Honorable Speaker, that many of us have gone to school and we have many papers. But when it comes to interrogation and decision-making, the education level does not apply, and it's never the yardstick. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that this House should not block Kenyan voters from electing whoever they want to elect. You can talk for yourself. I'm giving my views. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this petition, in my view, is rightfully before us. And let us give Kenyans an opportunity to elect. I want to give an example, Honorable Speaker. There are many members in this House who do not have degrees. But they are effective leaders than a lot of us who have degrees, who have papers. Therefore, I want to say that let us consider if we are solving a crisis of leadership in Kenya, let us look for what is our problem. Our problem is not academic papers. Our problem is people who lack integrity. People who have gone to school, but they can never make decisions that help Kenyans. And therefore, I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that in my view, this House must legislate and answer to the petitioner's request. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, but of course, it's just to observe that it was dictated by the Constitution. Such educational qualifications as shall be prescribed in an Act of Parliament. The Act of Parliament is the Elections Act 2011. In fact, it is number 11 of 2011. Just in case you may have doubts about that's what it does. So the Parliament, the 10th Parliament, was acting to implement the requirements of Article 99. So I don't know. Maybe we know we might. It's not something that is found on the streets. Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you've just said what I wanted to say. But for purposes of clarifications and also on record, I'm a holder of a master's in general surgery. I'm a surgeon. So, Honorable Speaker, I think our Constitution demands that this House legislates on the qualifications for somebody to contest any position. And that is our constitutional requirement as a House. And therefore, in the 2011 Election Act, it was legislated, and people have had 10 years knowing that this act was going to come into force. Therefore, there is no question now for people to start saying, let's postpone again to 2027. I think it is wrong, and it's an abuse of the legislative power of this House. And if we will be legislating to change that, it will be unconstitutional. Because changing the requirement, I think for those who are lawyers here will tell us that is unconstitutional from my own understanding. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And of course, again, even as you do that, remember Article 261, through which there is a schedule about the laws that Parliament had to pass within specified periods. So this was one of them. So I don't, anyway, but Honorable John Bandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to start by saying that petitioners have a right to petition Parliament or petition National Assembly to consider any matter that would be of interest to the nation and interest to them. But, Mr. Speaker, this law was passed in the 10th Parliament, as Honorable Duale did say. And I remember the person who inserted that amendment, and I hope I'm not wrong on this, is the leader of majority, Amos Kimunya. And it was passed when our colleagues, some of them who didn't have degrees then, were in Parliament and they didn't know we were passing. I want to give you the magnitude of the problem if you don't have a degree. I remember very clearly and vividly, we passed that amendment, and those colleagues of ours who didn't have degrees then, one of them even approached me at the lobby and asked me, is it true that we have passed an amendment that is now going to bar anyone who doesn't have a degree from contesting? And Mr. Speaker, I told him yes, and he was shocked, and he was seated right inside Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And that member of Parliament is still in this House, Mr. Speaker. But I don't know whether he has a degree now. I don't want to say who he is. But, Mr. Speaker, immediately thereafter, there was lobbying. And those members went to the president. I remember some of them approached my party leader, and they requested us to do something. Actually, one of the members of Parliament who petitioned the president is now having a degree, because that person is now a governor, Mr. Speaker. So there is enough time. There was enough time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, immediately after 2017 election, I did speak to this matter at a public function, and it became a national debate. I told members of the county assemblies who didn't have a degree or who don't have a degree to go back to school in good time. And a demonstration was organized by some of my opponents and asked 3 areas, Nairobi, to demonstrate, women to demonstrate against me. I don't know how it turned out to be a women affair. Kisumu, They called me and told me, we are not going to demonstrate, but you have been asked to demonstrate against you, and Mombasa. Now, the Nairobi ones went and demonstrated against me. But I told them, I'm like Noah. I am making the ark. I'm telling you, ruin is coming. Please take cover. And you are not taking cover. Let's reach 2022 is when you will know that I was a prophet. Mr. Speaker, that hour of reckoning has now come. Those MCAs who are saying Badi is abusing us, now you should know that Badi was their friend. If you still don't have a degree, please, it is too bad for you, because this house is hostile to any other extension from the way I look at it. My final comment, Mr. Speaker, how do you expect chair of a budget committee in a county to be someone who doesn't have a degree like it is in Homa Bay County? I mean, surely, how? Let us be serious. You expect the chair of budget committee like Kanini Kega here, looking at budget estimates, and membership of that committee has people who have not gone beyond standard 7, standard 8. Just because sometimes they are politically correct, let us retain this law as is. So I want to request the committee not to ever give this petition a thought of proposing an amendment to the statute law. Instead, the report they should bring here is to affirm it and have those members who still don't have a degree. And Paul, we still have other positions where you can still serve this country very well. You can be appointed to some committees in the constituencies and other places. Mr. Speaker, this law must stand. Thank you.
Leader Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Like my colleague, Honorable Badi, has said, it's obviously the right of every Kenyan to entertain whatever wishes they have and to bring it here. But as you rightly said, we are obligated to prescribe under the new constitution. Within the new constitution, it introduced academic qualifications. Previously, the old constitution did not have that, because the framers of the constitution determined that it was necessary to have a certain basic minimum educational qualification. And when I brought the amendment here during the 10th Parliament, I remember we were sitting in the old chamber, and the matter became controversial. We even had a division. And people voted and signed in the lobby that they want a degree. And immediately after that, there was a delegation. And I remember I was summoned by the former president. What have you done? And I was being accused of all manner of things. I've rigged them out. I want to keep. But eventually, he said, now, much as you are prescribing at this point, there's only a couple of months to the general election. It would look unfair that you're almost doing it to block people. But can we give people time to go to university? And I believe that's what happened now within the 11th Parliament. People have been given time. Now, as the committee looks at this petition, I also want them to consider that following the enactment of that act, there are people who have invested their money and time to go to school because they now want to join parliamentary or county assembly leadership. If we then are seen that we make a law and then we reverse it so that the donkeys can catch up with the horses, we will never make a law that will be obeyed because people will not have the predictability that this law will hold into the future. They will actually think that we can always lobby for a law to be changed when we are not compliant. And I think that should not be the basis of this House. We cannot be legislating in vain. So what we would like to encourage them is let them go to school, let them think of 2027, and let them give an opportunity for those who have prepared themselves to participate in the 2022 elections in compliance with the existing law, but not now change the law to suit those who have failed to comply. Because,
Mr. Speaker, it will be the same thing. The same argument could be extended. You must belong to a political party or declare yourself as an independent. Now, if we are to go back and start changing that, we're changing the law because some people have not joined the party, we will be making nonsense of the legal system that we have created to underpin our electoral system. And I think this is the fact that people could actually vote through a division and not even know what they were voting for until it was announced at the news, at 1 o'clock news. It was announced that some people will be locked out. And that's when they started panicking that what law did we just pass? So it just tells you that the quality of debate, the quality of representation, the quality of oversight will be far much improved when people can stand in this house, read the documents, so that they don't have to keep asking me, do you have some moving notes? You know, because people should be able to read a committee report. People should be able to interrogate a bill and come and prosecute it here on the floor of the House so that they are not an extension of my thinking or an extension of nobody's thinking or John Buddy's thinking. That is the kind of thing we need to enrich this House, even if for our respectability. And because we have endowed with a very progressive constitution that has set the pace for the rest of Africa. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, honourable members, you know, there's only so much limited time for comments, but let me hear now from another segment of members. We don't know when the donkeys are going to catch up with the horses, but Honourable Danita Gatti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity to the other gender, because, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about something very important, that is education. And, Mr. Speaker, allow me to really say that I do not support that petition simply because, Mr. Speaker, we have come a long way as a country in terms of education. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance just read the budget the other day, and you saw the amount of money that was allocated to education, Mr. Speaker. So we will be making a mockery of education in this House if we can accept that someone can come into this dignified House without a degree, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that I am a very proud Ivy League graduate. I do happen to be an Ivy League graduate from Columbia University, USA, courtesy of the efforts of other people. And Mr. Speaker, many of us, the Honorable Joyce Emanikor, the Honorable Tekla Tum, the Honorable Senator Maura, we all went to the US to pursue education. Mr. Speaker, we go extra miles to just get an education, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, when this House can actually agree to such a petition, Mr. Speaker, it would really make a mockery out of education. Mr. Speaker, next week, in the month of July, in London, Mr. Speaker, the G7 are currently talking about issues to do with climate change, issues to do with education. We have a lot of money that we are financing, Mr. Speaker. The Free Primary Education Summit is coming up in London, where the G7 countries are putting together money to support education. Mr. Speaker, what are we even talking about? We must have educated members of parliament in this House. Anybody who aspires to sit in this dignified House, Mr. Speaker, must have a basic degree to come to this House, Mr. Speaker. So we cannot, I don't even know, Mr. Speaker, why we're even discussing this, Mr. Speaker. And for the first time, I support IEBC to put a strict measure. People must go to school, Mr. Speaker. Leaders must go to school. Members of parliament must go to school. Why are we educating our children to do what, Mr. Speaker? And we are saying that you can go to parliament without a degree. Mr. Speaker, please, that petition I don't support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Amalwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Article 119 is very clear in terms of petitions to this floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, the other day I was listening to some members on this floor of the House when the Auditor General reports are brought here, and they use the word qualified and unqualified. And I was shocked that you could not tell the difference. And it's indeed important, Mr. Speaker. We do agree that people must go to school, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, this petition is at the right place. Mr. Speaker, under Article 118, there must be public participation. We are saying this, Mr. Speaker, because some circumstances have been unique in this country, Mr. Speaker. How I wish that the Committee of Justice will do the proper work so that we get that report, Mr. Speaker, so that we'll be able to know what action to take. Mr. Speaker, we've had great leaders, like Winston Churchill. He never had a degree, Mr. Speaker, but he was such a wonderful leader, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm humbly requesting. I know it was different century, Mr. Speaker, but what we are trying to put across is this. I know some members are saying, who have been my students at the university, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the issue is this. We are not saying, in fact, during BBI, Mr. Speaker, we were in Kakamega, and members of the county assembly, they wanted to lock down because they thought, Mr. Speaker, that the issue of the degree was in the BBI. We had to tell them that it was in the Elections Act, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say this. I was given a responsibility, Mr. Speaker, by the county assemblies, that I should bring an amendment on that law, Mr. Speaker. And I told them, I'm a messenger. Just listen, Mr. Speaker. Please. Yes. And I drafted this on it's on your desk, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy the petition has come. Because this matter they'll try to expedite. So that when time comes on this floor of the House, we'll be able to debate. But in some unique circumstances, if Corona contributed, Mr. Speaker, let's give a listening so that we'll be able to know. Leadership is not only about academic qualifications, Mr. Speaker. I do agree. Yes, it's been a challenge. Even members here, when you were discussing about the budget, they were asking. But some have made an effort of going to school. When you go to school, Mr. Speaker, if you didn't qualify to go to university, you must start with a certificate. I know members, they went through a certificate, Mr. Speaker. Now they've done a diploma. And it's a longer process. So from the diploma is when you'll be allowed to do a degree. If such circumstances are there, Mr. Speaker, we can give a leeway and extend to 2027, Mr. Speaker, if it's going to allow, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mlele.
Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity. I was raising on a point of order, Honorable Speaker, because my friend Dr. Wamalwa, while he was speaking, he had lowered his mask to a level where he was not really covering his mouth nor his nose. Honorable Speaker, we know that this COVID is very serious in this country at this time. I think that it behooves all members of this House to take it seriously and kindly just wear your mask properly. It doesn't reduce you from saying what you want to say, but just wear this mask. It might protect somebody. You never know. But let us keep this mask properly worn all the time while we are in this House. And having said that, Honorable Speaker, because you gave me this chance, I think it is important that we uphold this law. If people are going to come to debate in this House, let them come properly armed. They have had sufficient time. The Constitution requires it. The law requires it. Let those who are ready go out and come out to this House after they're elected within the stipulations of the Elections Act. And it requires a degree to come to this House. So be it.
Member for North Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues really in making a statement about this petition. Mr. Speaker, sir, as my colleagues have said, clearly leadership demands some level of skills. Mr. Speaker, sir, the law is very clear. Even in the Constitution, it's required that the President, the Governor, and the deputies have degrees. And it's required even for the rest of the elected members, whether at the National Assembly or at the county level, they have some level of education. Mr. Speaker, I was in 10th Parliament with Honorable Duale and others, and this was an issue. We passed the law, but there's so many members who lacked the degree at that time, quite a number, and they petitioned the President successfully. And we had to come back in 11th Parliament and we passed the law. People were given 5 years to go and prepare themselves if they want to continue to be members of this House or at the county level. Mr. Speaker, sir, it requires us to really undertake the responsibilities that come with our positions in this House. Mr. Speaker, there is no way, without a degree, you can oversee a minister who's armed with the doctorate degree. PS and others likewise. There's no way you can interrogate a budget of 3 trillion shillings. So Speaker, sir, you cannot even do good summation. So Speaker, sir, it demands that we have those skills, and for us to really be able to undertake our functions of oversight, of representation, of lawmaking, and even, Mr. Speaker, sir, to be able to determine and make a decision on issues of national concern to this nation, we need those requirements. I strongly support that members have a degree at all levels. I even wish maybe for members of parliament, it should be a master's degree, not even the first degree.
Well, honour members, maybe, it was just commented, we are limited by what the time we have to have for that. But just, of course, to appreciate, before I give the last member to comment on this, to know that you've heard the petition says that this requirement is discriminatory. But I don't know, in that case then, is it to say that the Constitution has created discrimination in requiring presidents and governors to have university degrees? Is it at CECs? So is it to say that then, because if this is discriminatory, then it means that you must go back to the Constitution and overhaul it and say you need farmers. I mean, Honorable Lagwaluot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to go back in history a little on Buchachu Uganya, Honorable Duale, Honorable Kemunya, Honorable Badi, were within the 10th Parliament when we were debating this. Mr. Speaker, then it was very controversial, but we all agreed that we have that in the law. At that time, Mr. Speaker, there were members of this House who were in the cabinet who did not have degrees. There were some who were backbenchers like us, but were very close to State House. As soon as we passed the law, and like Buddy said, they were not even aware we were discussing it. But when they realized that it had been passed, they lobbied and they actually went to see His Excellency President Mwai Kibaki. And that is when now Honorable Kemunya was asked to say what happened in Parliament. Since then, when His Excellency President Kibaki refused to assent to the law, up to now is 10 years. It was very clear when he refused to assent that provision would take effect in 2022. It has been 10 years since. If anybody was serious about getting a university degree, they would do it. Mr. Speaker, what I see in that petition is, even if you have a driving license, you can qualify to come here. And I'm glad, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that you have given the House guidance. You have guided the House on the constitutional bedrock of what we have in the law. And it makes me happy that as members are discussing this in the plenary, my chairman, Honorable Muturi Kingano, is seriously making notes and listening. Because when it comes to the committee where I have the privilege of serving, we are going to look at the views that have been expressed by these members. We are going to go back to the Hansard also and look at why we have not provision in the law. But as I stand, from where I stand now, Mr. Speaker, I can tell the House, and as a lawyer too, that that provision in the law is not unconstitutional. If it were, then even the provision as to age could be said to be unconstitutional. Mm-hmm. But as Kenyans, the petitioners have the right to bring this to our attention. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, this matter should not be allowed to go through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, honourable members, I remember also the Salaries and Remuneration Commission placed members of parliament where they did, because it was saying that there is no requirement, there's no educational requirement for you to become a member. You can come from the village, and just because you are able to mobilize clans people, and they bring you here. That's how the Salaries and Remuneration Commission determined that no, this job which doesn't have any qualification, you put them in number 43 or 47 or thereabouts. And so indeed, I think the point raised, I think some of you have raised, even the members of county assemblies must also take cognizance of those views expressed by the SRC in placing them where they place them. It's on that one of the reasons was, this one, you just walk in, as long as villagers and your clanswomen, and they come singing, and then they carry you into parliament. And, so, Honorable Maore, you want to have the last bite of the cherry?
Mr. Speaker, I want to also bring my sentiment to this one. And actually, my emphasis is, if you find the way the leaders have been elevated in the recent times, there should be never an excuse of taking elders to the county assembly or to parliament, but they should be people who are prepared and purified through education, so that we don't have the chaos like we are having in the county assemblies. The money that is sent there, nobody is able to account, because the majority, they are just waiting to be told, fanya hii, tufiche hii hapa, until you find a situation. Even it is in the county assembly or even in the National Assembly, people have no idea what is happening. So I want to agree, Mr. Speaker, the issue of degrees, and from a qualified university, as the Honorable Duale put it, we just don't want somebody to come and ranch and come with the printed papers to say that they have a degree. When you will follow around, you don't know who their classmates with their one, or you don't know which university is that. So, Mr. Speaker, this committee by Honorable Kigano should save this country by not allowing a bill on this one. Kutusumbua tu bure. Asante.
Now, from the education sector, the Honorable Omboko Milemba, who
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for being kind. I lost my opportunity. I'll be very brief. From the perspective of workers, every job must have a job description. And then the job description is the one that leads to creation of titles and creation of job levels, which leads to ranking in form of job evaluation. So when, Speaker, you find yourself in trouble a lot sometimes with SRC, you've just spoken on it, on issues that concern members of parliament, is because there's no job description. So this is a law that's actually trying to bring a level and job description for members of parliament, so that the ranking can be known and can be in a bracket that is sure, that is really known. And that will be good not only for the House, but everybody else who will be in the House. Finally, Honorable Speaker, on education, usually there's need to encourage the society. You do this by encouraging the young ones. If we make it that coming to Parliament, you can come without any certain job description, then the youthful people in school will not find mentorship in us. And for that reason alone, there's really need to put a JD for people who are coming to Parliament. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the education has been expanded. There's online for studies for everyone. And indeed, anybody can get the degree from where he is, from the comfort of his home. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. And I believe in the process, we also know that, as we go all over, everybody calling you, or even people are greeting you, and they say, who are you? I'm honorable. How do you honor yourself? Your name cannot be honorable. You are yourself, let others, you are honored by others. But it's, these things, I think, let's try to educate one another, including those others, those many honorables out there who want to honor themselves before they are honored by the society. Well, let the petition be committed to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. The chair has been listening. I'm sure he will give it a due consideration. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader of majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today. Tuesday, June 15th in the afternoon sitting. Number one, a list of nominees to the National Government Constituency Development Fund committees. Number two, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements of the Management and Supervision Fund for trade for the years ended 30th June 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020, and the certificates therein. Number three, the report of the Auditor General and financial statements of the Mwea Irrigation Development Project for the year ended 30th of June 2020, and the certificate therein. Number four, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2020, and the certificates therein. A, the State Department for National Government Affirmative Action Fund. B, the State Department for Wealth Fund Oversight Board. C, the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. D, the State Department for Crop Development. E, the Agricultural Information Resource Center. Number F, the Strategic Food Reserve Trust Fund. And lastly, number G, the State Department for Livestock. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, June 15th, 2021, afternoon session. That is the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2021. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
First segment, questions. Honorable questions. Member for Igembe South, Honorable John Paul Mwirigi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 184 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Land and Physical Planning. Question 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why there have been multiple demarcations of land described as Amngenti B, subsection C, D in Igembe South Sub-County since 1992 to date, with each demarcation giving different land registration, LR numbers, thereby creating confusion, suspicious, and conflict? Question number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary indicate when the title deeds for the same parcels of land will be issued? Question number 3, could the Cabinet Secretary also take the disciplinary action against land officers working at the land offices in Kanoni Tumtumu area of Igembe South Sub-County who have been overcharging members of the public for land demarcation services to ensure that the vice is stopped forthwith, including effecting transfers of any officers who have overstayed at the station? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Lands. Next question is by the member for Saboti, the Honorable Caleb Amisi, who has written to request that the question be asked on his behalf by the member for Alego Usonga, the Honorable Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question 186 of 2021 on behalf of the member for Saboti. Part 1, the question is addressed to the Cabinet Secretary for Health. Part 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the National Hospital Insurance Fund is yet to remit over 3 million Kenya shillings or to St. Raphael Dispensary in Matisi Village in Saboti constituency, as NHIF claims despite the facility having filed the claims correctly and on time, which has caused the facility to shut down operations owing to its inability to pay salaries and procure essential medical supplies. 2, could the Cabinet Secretary also explain the measures the government has put in place to ensure that NHIF funding is remitted to health facilities without unnecessary delays so as to protect health facilities from closure? Part 3, could the Cabinet Secretary also provide the implementation status of the Linda Mama program under the NHIF since its commencement, including the amount spent and its impact so far? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Will be replied. Sorry. The question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Health. The last question is by the member for Sirisia, the Honorable Major Retired John Waluke.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 187. To the Cabinet Secretary, I direct the question to the Cabinet Secretary for livestock, agriculture, livestock, and fisheries. 1, what incentives has the government provided to the farmers to enable them take advantage of opportunities for free market access created by countries such as South Korea for export of farm produce including green bananas and broccoli, where the two crops are on high demand? 2, what steps has the ministry taken to ensure that farmers throughout the country are able to access quality standardization and other requirements for agricultural produce to access the export market? 3, could the ministry consider undertaking a survey and registration of all farmers whose produce is viable for the export market with a view to empowering and facilitating them accordingly? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Next segment, request for statement. On the first request is by the member from Vita, Honorable Abdul Samad.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to speak in English, Mr. Speaker, so that my leader can know that I'm educated enough. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I seek to request a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding renewal of Teachers' Collective Bargaining Agreement, CBA. Honorable Speaker, the current collective bargaining agreement between the Teachers Service Commission and teachers across the country is set to expire in a matter of weeks, thereby creating unwarranted anxiety amongst teachers. Already, Honorable Speaker, the Kenya National Union of Teachers, as well as the Salary and Reviews and Remuneration Commission, have already submitted their respective CBA proposals, but the TSC is yet to forward any proposal from its end. Honorable Speaker, it is therefore on this account of the aforementioned concern that I seek for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research on the following. Within which specific timelines is the TSC planning to submit its CBA proposals for teachers in order to renew the current CBA that is about to expire? And secondly, Mr. Speaker, how many NAT members have either not been promoted or have not received salary increments as per the existing collective bargaining agreement? I thank you, Honorable Speaker. The very much educated Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir.
I suppose the Honorable Abdul Samad, your request is not for a written answer. It's the answer to be brought to the chamber. Very well. Chair Education, how long do you think you're going to do that? The Honorable Florence Mutua? Can you put your card in? What number? Number on the seat? That appears to be your regular position. No, that one is on. That one is on. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is a very key question because the current CBA is coming to an end of this month. It's been a big concern also for the members of my committee. We have raised that issue, and I even met Madam Nancy this morning, and she said she'll look into it urgently. So we are also expecting a response as soon as possible.
In the course of this week?
We have to have something for the teachers by the end of the month.
But when do you think you can come up with the answer? Because
next week, Mr. Speaker.
The allegation is that they haven't provided counter proposal to what the teachers' union have presented.
That's what I went to ask also Madam Nancy this morning, and we are also expecting an answer the earliest. So in a week, Mr. Speaker, we also need an answer.
In a week's time?
As a committee, yes.
Yeah, this is instructions from Parliament.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Very well, Honorable Abu Samad, 1 week's time. Next segment, response. The Chairman, Energy Committee. Member for Nakuru East. Honorable Gikaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, Honorable Speaker, I wish to register my apologies for not having been there last week. Neither was my vice. I sincerely apologize for our absence, Honorable Speaker. But as it is, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Duale, it's true, did on the 10th, just the other day, he rose on 10th June 2021, he rose on a point of order to request the statement. Honorable Speaker, I have this statement which I wish to read. Honorable Speaker, we've had 3 meetings, one of which was postponed because the ministry was unable to attend, and the other 2, but the last one where Honorable Duale had another engagement with the Committee on Administration and National Security, the response was availed to him in writing. But Honorable Speaker, I have read, and Honorable Duale is not satisfied with 2 of the 6 issues that he had raised. So, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the pursuant, after Honorable Duale had requested, the response from the Cabinet Secretary is as follows, attached. Honorable Speaker, after that, President Uhuru Kenyatta, through a special gazette notice of 3076, published on the 29th March 2021, appointed a task force primarily assigned with the undertaking a comprehensive review and analysis of all power purchase agreements, PPA, entered into between various independent power producers, IPPs, and the Kenya Power and Lighting Company Limited, that is the task force. The constitution of the task force by the President follows the revocation of a standing committee appointed by the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Energy, to undertake a similar exercise through a special gazette notice 2219, published on the 15th March 2021. Notably, the mandate of the standing committee in the revoked notice was centered on the renegotiation of the PPS, whereas the mandate of the task force in the Gazette notice has been extended to include termination of the PPAs and any other appropriate action the task force deems fit as recommendation options. The committee is therefore, in its meeting held on the 15th April, requested the Ministry of Energy to table a report. Honorable Speaker, this is what the ministry did give. On account of this undertaking that threatens the long-term growth of our country, that I seek a statement, sorry. One of the issues that Honorable Speaker, that these power producers each individually enter into their power purchase agreements, PPA, with KPLC, who buys the power from them directly. Question number one that Honorable Odwale had sought is at what rate does KenGen supply electric power to Kenya Power? Honorable Speaker, KenGen is currently the largest power producer in Kenya with several power plants located across the country. The power plants come into different sources of power ranging from hydro, geothermal, wind, and thermal. KPLC pays KenGen for energy delivered, fuel used in generation, and capacity charge for each power purchase agreement as shown on the table below. Honorable Speaker, the list is a little bit too long, and maybe because Honorable Dwale might be able, because he had seen the statement.
Have you a copy of the statement?
Yes, I think he has gotten a copy of the statement.
Oh, you have a copy?
Yes.
Okay, very
so
well.
These are the, but on two, the second question was, at what rate does Kenya Power procure electric power from independent power producer? KPLC pays IPPs for energy delivered, fuel used in generation capacity, charges for each power purchase agreement are shown below for 2019-2020. Again, Honorable Dwale has that, and this was only specifically for the financial year 2019-2020, which it is various, which Honorable Dwale has. From the, it is in kilowatt hours and the charges, which is almost 6,304,587,105 shillings. Question number 3, what is the basis of the huge difference between rates charged by KenGen and the rates charged by IPPs? The different power plants are priced differently, depending on various factors, a major one being the source of power. KenGen also has different prices for its power plants, some being higher or lower than other IPPs. Question number 4, that I do agree now with Honorable Dwale when he says, when he rose last week requesting and he was not satisfied, and we totally, because again, this is something, it is, could the chairperson provide a list of IPP, including their shareholders, directors, and addresses? Honorable Speaker, the list that is given here is only of some 19 IPPs, with no names for directors, no addresses, and no shareholders. And this is where Dwale, I totally agree, and we totally agree with him as a committee, that this information as sought by Dwale was not given as he had sought that information. And of course, Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we have been raising these issues, and when Pukose was a vice chair, he remembers. And some of these past and present at the ministry are purported, or it is alleged they are part, and maybe that is the reason why they don't want to give these things. But again, we will be demanding as a committee for a full disclosure as requested, because as a committee, when we ask, and this information we have been asking, and the committee is privy to this information, and it has not been brought even to our committee. But now we will, as a committee, demand, as requested by Dwale, that this information must be provided. 5, how much money has been paid to each of the IPPs by KPLC and other Ministry of Energy since commencement of their respective contracts with the Government of Kenya and KPLC. Honorable Speaker, the response is that some of these contracts range back over 25 years. More time will therefore be required to extract and consolidate this data for submission. Honorable Speaker, as again requested by Honorable Duale, almost 3 months down the line, it is not appropriate to have this kind of an answer. So we, again as a committee, Honorable Speaker, will be requesting your indulgence in terms of giving us more, maybe another extra 1 week, so that we can be able to go and be able to request the ministry to be able to furnish this very important request that was asked by Honorable Duale. The last one is, what urgent measures is Kenya Power taking to reduce the cost of electricity to households, businesses, factories, and other consumers with a view to support the government Big Four agenda, to especially enhancing manufacturing? And the answer is that renegotiation of existing PPAs for existing power plants. B, time of use tariffs for large commercial and industrial customers. C, lifeline tariffs for small and medium-sized enterprises. D, on dispatch basis during operations, priority is given to renewable generation sources to meet demand while reducing thermal generation. And lastly, that is E, 132 kVA and it should be 220 kVA tariffs. Those are the responses that were given by the, and of course the response was signed by the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Energy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Duale.
Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance on this matter because I've asked for 6 questions. And this matter, Mr. Speaker, is a matter of public interest. And it concerns the high prices Kenyans pay for electricity. Mr. Speaker, my interest was the independent power producers. And I have been given a list of 19 independent power producers, which I have one independent power producer is more like a government one, Lake Turkana wind power. But Mr. Speaker, all these power producers, Savo Power, Rabai Power, Imentiti Hydro, Thika Power, Gikaria, Gulf Power, name it, Iba Africa, Mumia Shua Company. Mr. Speaker, because this is a matter of public interest, this committee have done a good job. But Mr. Speaker, government and that more so the Ministry of Energy have refused to answer 2 important questions. And Mr. Speaker, under Article 117 on the powers and privilege given to Parliament and its committees, and even the leader of majority and the leader of minority, if you read 117, and Article 35 of the Constitution on access to information, and the Powers and Privilege Act, Mr. Speaker, this committee, for the first time, have been denied 2 important questions. One, the directors and the shareholders of these 18 independent power producers. And Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that these directors and shareholders are big people, some of them in government and some of them in the energy sector. 2, Mr. Speaker, I have asked for the contractual obligation that they've entered with the KPLC. The chair has been denied the last 3 months. And in fact, the answer, Mr. Speaker, he says that I should go to a court of law and get an order as a member for Garissa Township so that those answers can be availed to me. Mr. Speaker, before you give direction, I want to say it without fear of contradiction that in 2019, so that they can hear us, KPLC spent 15 times more to buy power from the independent power producers, even compared to KenGen, which is a government entity. The Speaker, in that period, KenGen was selling power to KPLC at 4.6 cents to the kilowatt hour. Mr. Speaker, I want to give you 4 companies out of these 19. Speaker, KenGen sells to KPLC at 4.6 cents per kilo per hour. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you 4 companies among these 19. Trump Power Generating Company, whose directors have been denied, sold to KPLC at 69.2 kilowatt hour. 15 times more expensive. So Speaker, Gulf, IBA Africa, PowerTech Solutions, Savo Power, sold to KPLC at 26.3, 16.9, 14.7, and 11.77, respectively, per kilowatt hour. So these independent power producers, Mr. Speaker, are the ones who are making Kenyans pay for power. And they are owned by people who mint billions. Mr. Speaker, I'll even give you a scenario. According to KPLC, electricity power generating agreement they have signed with these companies in 2018, KPLC spent 64 billion to buy 10.79 billion kilowatt per hour from these companies and KenGen. KenGen produced about 60% of that. These other companies took away close to 29 billion, and it's in the document, 29 billion. But Mr. Speaker, one thing that Kenyans don't know, and I want the Minister of Energy to tell me, under this power purchase agreement that we have in this country, there is a component called capacity charges. And the member for GEM, started from a very lower rank in KPLC. Those who climbed the poles until he became a big man. So he understands what I'm talking about. There's something called component of capacity charges, where KPLC pays the independent power producers even when they are not generating. These power producers, even if they don't generate, they don't sell to KPLC, they earn billions of shillings in the name of capacity charges. These charges are transferred to the ordinary bills of the Kenyan citizens. So Speaker, under this administration, under President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration, this government opened so many geothermal, even solar project. The biggest solar project in East and Central Africa is in my constituency, Gaza Solar Project, which is pumping 55 megawatts to the national grid. We have got geothermal, we have Turkana. So Speaker, over the years, these independent power producers they have just generators, they are not even selling, and they're earning at least capacity charges. So Speaker, I want you to indulge me and this House that you order this committee and even ask for an inquiry, that we want to know the actual faces behind these 18 companies. Who are the owners? Who are the directors? Who are stealing from Kenyans through these exorbitant power prices? Two, Mr. Speaker, we really want to ask you to order the Minister of Energy to table before the committee the constructional obligation. Every contract and contract must have a period. Mr. Speaker, we want to know if Honorable Duale is the owner of Gulf Energy, if Honorable Duale is the owner of Savo. Speaker, we know, they're listed, some of these companies are listed. Speaker, the committee of this House cannot be told, go tell Honorable Duale to go to court, get a court order for him to know the questions I've asked him. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter. Speaker, it's a serious matter. It's just like the Anglo-leasing, when in the 9th Parliament, Honorable Malcolm More raised it. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to protect public interest from few individual companies. the capacity of Kengen. Kengen can provide enough power to KPLC. Why do we engage? These companies were brought on board, Mr. Speaker, in 2001 during the drought when we had a shortage. But today we have enough power. Kengen can supply. Why are we denying Kengen the power, to supply us power at 4.6 shillings? And we are allowing other people to supply at 69, at 26, 17, 11 kilowatt per hour. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we're helping government. We need to know, you need to direct Mr. Speaker that this house is furnished with the directors and shareholders, the contracts and the price since 2001, so that this house, a committee of this house, can bring this matter to rest, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not going to quote Mr. Speaker. Under Article 117, I enjoy privilege, powers and freedom of expression and thought to represent not only the people of Garissa Township, but even the greater people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this answer is unsatisfactory. Deliberately, question 4 and 5 have been denied because some people want to hide certain faces. Mr. Speaker, help us through your powers to unmask these shareholders and these directors and let us have the contracts.
Now, I can say there are a few interventions, but honourable members, I think there will be no need of us. The member for Game may want to put in his specific knowledge, but please, not now. Let me give directions. The issues raised by the Honourable Duale are indeed of great moment, and they really go to the core of some of the key issues that we keep addressing. We talk about the Big Four, and the component of manufacturing is there. We will not achieve it as long as some of the issues that Honourable Duale is raising are not addressed. And therefore, I know, Honourable Gekaria, yours is a departmental committee, but now you will have to convert yourself to do an inquiry with all the powers to summon, call before you, and if they fail to, report here, and we will show you how we will drag them into the place. All the people involved, whoever it is, starting from the cabinet secretary in the ministry, his PAs, and whomever it is that you as a committee choose to invite, those members from the Kenya Power. The story about the response about the Honourable Duale going to court we will not allow it, not under my watch. The Member of Parliament is entitled to an answer, a satisfactory answer. Also invite the registrar of companies. These days, there is even the issue of beneficial ownership. Let them come with all the CR12s of all of them. And if they don't bring, then you know that they are phony. You know, they must bring all the CR12, the registrar must bring before you. In fact, that process is ongoing. And the other day, Kenyans were being praised for having compliant in great numbers with the requirement for beneficial ownership. So get the CR12 so that then the answers which you'll bring now as a report, Honourable Gekaria, not now the statement from the ministry. So you will now be the ones now to bring the report, and on the day you're inviting them, invite the Honourable Duale. So another interested members like the member for NDBS, and maybe the member for Game, is it? And the member for Kwanza, I can see his hand up. And any other member anyway who desires to go and hear. Because this matter affects everybody in the country. It's an important matter that the committee should really inquire into. Now it's not a matter of being given written statements perfunctorily, no. you now inquire into that, go into whatever length and depth to find out the issues that the Honorable Duale has raised, which now at least you have got a starting point. You get the answer, the issues that the Honorable Duale has raised, and also let in every contract with the IPPs indicate when it was first entered into. Was it for eternity? Because you know there's a language being used now in the judiciary about eternal clauses. Are these agreed contracts for eternity also? So that you know we may know. Do they have an expiry date? Even if Kenyans have so much sun, surely it's so much sun today, and there's a lot of power, cheaper power. Why do we continue having such expensive arrangements, contractual arrangements? Because I mean, there must be some point at which some of them may have to exit the scene. So, Honorable Gikaria, your committee, take some little bit of time and call everybody who is in the whole chain, from KenGen, from Kenya Power, from the ministry, from the registrar of companies, and any other body that you may think that may has any information to provide, so that you table a report here which the entire House can debate, either resolve in one way or the other. So in your report, you should also seek to make recommendations as to what the House, the route, the direction the House should take. So I don't think we don't need to debate it further. I think that should be sufficient. No, about Gikari, unless you think there's another issue.
Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for your direction. I will engage the Secretariat and hopefully immediately we'll be able to start an inquiry into this thing. And as a committee, you have also been concerned, so much concerned. But also, Honourable Duale, through the intervention of the President after appointing the task force, it might unearth, and he gave them, I think, 6 months to be able to have come up with, but that does not stop us from being able to continue with what you have
That's
given.
executive driven.
Okay.
That one will not be brought here.
Okay.
What you find out, you bring it here.
I will. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank
you. Very well. Now, on this segment, there's a general statement by the leader of the minority party, the Honorable John Bandi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here indeed with a very heavy heart to convey my condolences to the family, relatives, friends, and of course, the great people of Game constituency, and to pay tribute to a fallen hero who was also a very good friend of mine, a comrade, a political mentor, and a reliable stalwart and member of my party, the Orange Democratic Movement, the late Honorable Washington Jakoyo Midiwo. Mr. Speaker, even adding the article there, late, and following it with the late, it's very difficult for me to pronounce those words before the name Washington Jakoyo Midiwo. Mr. Speaker, I got to learn yesterday that Honorable Midiwo succumbed to a heart attack, of course at the age of 54 years. The Honorable Jakoyo, Mr. Speaker, was elected a member of parliament for the first time in 2002 to represent the people of Game constituency in the National Assembly. And, Mr. Speaker, he served in this House continuously for 3 consecutive terms up to 2013. 2017. Honorable members who worked with the Honorable Jacoyo Midiwo would remember him and would agree with me that he could be described with the following words: that he was an astute debater, Jacoyo was courageous and charismatic leader, and I must add that he was a witty politician. He was forthright, very brave, and straightforward. I think if I use those words liberally to describe my fallen friend, I wouldn't be off the mark, Mr. Speaker. He was actually a dedicated and selfless leader who served his people with dedication. The Honorable Jacoyo, Mr. Speaker, allow me first to move to a bit of his history, a summary of his history. Was born in 1966, and he officially joined politics in 2002 when he vied and won the Game parliamentary seat on a NAC ticket. He went on to be re-elected to represent the same people of Game for another 2 terms in 2007 and 2013 under the Orange Democratic Movement. During his time in this House, Mr. Speaker, we'll all remember that Midiwo served in various House committees, but more particularly I want to single out the Departmental Committee on Finance and Trade. He also served in the Joint Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library. He also served in the House Business Committee by virtue of his position in the leadership of the House. He also served in the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations, among others. Mr. Speaker, Jacoyo, I'm being reminded also the catering, which we call Member Services Committee today. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Jacoyo Midiwo served as the ODM Chief Whip in this House from 2008, January 15th, to 2013. Later on, after being re-elected again for the 3rd time under the new constitution, he served as the first deputy minority leader of the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya. And we all will remember Jacoyo's contribution. He was sitting around here. Jacoyo was consistently sitting on this row. But yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I think the sun did set and the clouds gathered, and then we got the sad news of his demise, which was sudden. I will tell you it was truly sudden, because on Friday, I had a conversation with the late Washington Jacoyo Midiwo, and we agreed with him that we would meet on Sunday evening to discuss issues ODM. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, I tried reaching Jacoyo. His phone was going through, but he didn't pick my calls. That was very unusual of Jacoyo Midiwo. Those who have been communicating with him knows that his phone is always on. There's no single time I've ever tried to reach out to Jacoyo Midiwo and his phone is either off or it doesn't pick. If it doesn't pick, he calls you back almost immediately. But it was unusual this time. However, I didn't read much into it, and I didn't expect the sad news of yesterday. But, Mr. Speaker, we must accept that we are in a journey. All of us are heading where our departed friend has now crossed over to. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, just to take a few minutes, because I know many of my colleagues will also want to have opportunity to condole and share in their grief of the death of our colleague. Let me just say a few things. I called Honorable Jacoyo Midiwo my political mentor, and I must confess that I've had 2 political mentors, and both of them are now the late. That is the late Gerald Lutino Kajwang, who started mentoring me into politics before I even came to Parliament. And then Jacoyo Midiwo, who immediately came in here, gave me opportunity and immediately spotted some potential and put me very close to introduce me to parliamentary procedures and allowed me space to grow. Mr. Speaker, Jacoyo was someone who, I must say, had no jealousy. He was not jealous. He would want you to grow as much as he grew politically. But also very, very open and candid and honest. There was a time, Mr. Speaker, after the death of the late Joshua Ojode in a grisly accident, that his replacement was being discussed in the political corridor. And I remember meeting Jakoyo on the stairs, and he called me aside and told me, "Mbadi, it is being said that you are to be appointed assistant minister, but I don't want it." He told me on my face, and I asked him why. He told me, if Ababu Namwamba is crossing over to government side now, government, becoming a member of the cabinet, how can I again lose you? Who is remaining in the backbench? And I told him that you are not then thinking about my personal development. You are thinking about the party, but you are not thinking about my personal development. And immediately took about 1 minute just thinking about my statement and told me, "I think I agree with you." So that is Jakoyo. Other people would go behind your back and start discussing how you should not be appointed. But he first reached out to me and told me, "I don't think you should be appointed assistant minister." Now, Mr. Speaker, we have lost such kind of a person. I want to just say my final remarks. I want to quickly conclude that, Mr. Speaker, this is someone who really could trust you once he knows that you have some capacity and competence. I remember one time there was a report that came to this House through the Agriculture Committee that was chaired then by John Mututho. And that report was really personalized attacks on the office of the Prime Minister. We sat with Jakoyo in the Prime Minister's office with the technical team, and we agreed that we bring amendments, the two of us. And he told me, "Mbadi, go home, read, I'm also going to read. Tomorrow we converge and propose the amendment." Mr. Speaker, I read all the way to 3 a.m., coming out with these amendments. When I met Jakoyo the following morning, he told me, just laughed and told me, "Mbadi, I knew you were going to read, and so just go ahead and propose those amendments." Mr. Speaker, when I came to the floor of the House, after my contribution, all the members of Parliament, including the cabinet ministers, agreed with me. And I think that is the first clear mark that I made on the floor of this House. That is how Jakoyo could trust you. I could go on and on. This is one person. Among my friends, there is no member of Parliament who has visited Suba South constituency like Jakoyo Midiwo, and did so many fundraisings for me as a chief guest. It is only his constituency and Rarieda constituency, where my wife comes from, where I have visited outside Homa Bay County more than any other constituency in the Republic of Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take all the time for my colleagues. It is indeed really a sad moment for all of us, all the members of Parliament here, especially those who served in the last Parliament and the other previous Parliament, will agree that we have lost someone who, even if he was not with you on the same side of the political divide, you could still interact, socialize, and a very, very genuine human being. I want to stop there because I profess the faith of Seventh-day Adventists. I will not say, may God rest his soul in eternal peace, because we believe that is a judgment that's left to God. But he served this country, he lived his life. Thank you very much. I pray for the family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's take not too much, not too long per person, so, because I know there are many of us who would want to eulogize our good friend and brother, the Honorable Washington Jakoyo Midiwo. I will start with the Deputy Speaker.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my constituency, my family, and myself, I wish to give my heartfelt condolences to the family of Honorable Jakoyo Midiwo. Mr. Speaker, I came to Parliament in 2002, and Jakoyo had also just been elected as a first-termer. Mr. Speaker, what Honorable Mbadi did not say, or he did not say it properly, is that Jakoyo was a good person with a very good heart, and a big heart. Mr. Speaker, when we came in 2002, because I want to be very brief, we were quite a lonely group of young KANU members of parliament who had been thrashed. The party had been thrashed in the general election, and we were only 68. And Mr. Speaker, on the side of NAC, it was very difficult to interact with anybody that side, the one who are in government, because remember, NAC had just gotten to power. Many of them were fairly new to real power, and they were very difficult and sometimes fairly arrogant, Mr. Speaker. The only person who across the aisle would be able to, interact with us without a problem was the Honorable Jakoyo Midiwo. And I remember one time, Mr. Speaker, we went to his constituency and actually put him into a lot of trouble. 14 members from KANU, young members from KANU party, visited his constituency and did a harambe for him, because really there was nobody else we could interact with in government. We had been used to power, and we had no power no more, and therefore very lonely, and we could get, and we went to his constituency, and I remember him being summoned and asked why he was behaving in that manner with the people from the opposition. That story went on and on. He was an active member of the House. Other than being a good debater, he was also a footballer. Maybe not a very good footballer. But if you get anybody from Nyanza or Western, when they come to parliament here, they would believe just because they are very good the other side. He was not a good footballer, but a very social footballer. We would interact very well when we go on trips with him. And Mr. Speaker, I've just said he was a good man. Lastly, I wanted to say something about him on a personal level. Many of these members of parliament have never lost elections, so they would not know how cold it is to be outside parliament when you lose an election. I remember when I lost election in 2007, and I had nothing much to do. Jakoyo Midiwo picked me from somewhere and gave me an advice on what I could do and make my life useful during that difficult period. And Mr. Speaker, I was not ready with all the papers that were required. And he personally, because he was a whip and had some control here and there, he was able to wait for me to do those things that I did. I will not say what it was then, but Mr. Speaker, part of what sustained me outside this parliament for 5 years is as a result of Honorable Jakoyo Midiwo. And that is what I really wanted to stand and say. Really, if there was anything I could do to say thank you, I really want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, and to the family, we pray for them. For the family, we pray for them, and hope that God will, let's not say be kind. The Honorable former majority leader says be kind. For us, we say, our fariji, mioyo yao, familia. Now, then we can put that in English. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Game.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to send my message of condolence and that of the good people of Game following the sudden and untimely demise of our former Member of Parliament, my friend and brother, Washington Jakoyo Midiwo. As history would have it, I had a conversation with Jakoyo Midiwo on Friday at 6 p.m. And that conversation was around telling him sorry for the demise of his sister, elder sister Juliana. And I asked him, where do I send my donation? And he told me, just send the donation to me. Little did I know that that was the last time I would talk to my brother Jakoyo. No wonder the Bible says in Psalms 39 verse 4, Lord, show me my end. Lord, teach me that my life is like a phantom, that my life is just like air. I think the demise of Jakoyo has taught me a few lessons of life. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the 15 years of his membership to this House, Jakoyo exuded a sense of teamwork and a sense of brevity in articulating. He'll be remembered as a man who dedicated himself to serving the people of Game, and a man who had fidelity to the truth. Mr. Speaker, sir, when he was in line of duty, Jacoyo ensured that he was indeed the man in the arena. His face mud with sweat and dust most of the time, in attempts to ensure that we, the people of game, got what we deserved and what was rightfully ours. In his oversight role, he'll be remembered as a man who was brave when he was tackling on issues. In his representation role, we, the people of game, will remember him for standing for what was right for the people of game. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honorable Jacoyo Midiwo, while serving as a deputy minority leader in this House, he helped consolidate the members of the opposition and led them as a solid and shaken House that could hold the government to check. Mr. Speaker, the people of game will forever remember the Honorable Washington Jacoyo Midiwo for his transformation agenda and for the many projects that he used CDF to launch and to ensure that our students in school had good classes. Mr. Speaker, sir, on my personal encounter with my predecessor, I remember with a lot of nostalgia the many moments that we met with Jacoyo, and we joked about our competition. We thought that the competition was just like a football match between Gor Mahia and AFC. And after the match, sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. And we kept our cool because we thought that we are all fighting for the beautiful constituency of game, the land that has the best of brains in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me take this opportunity to convey sincere condolences to the family of Jacoyo and the entire people of game, and the friends and the loved ones of Jacoyo for the loss that we have encountered in his demise. We wish to assure their family, the family of Jacoyo, that we are together with them in this, and that we are praying for God's mercy and grace upon them during this difficult moment. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to request the honorable members to keep the family of our fallen brother and the people of game in prayers as we come to terms with the loss of the member of game who was a man that we'll never forget for the works, for his deliberations, for his brevity, and for investing in many of his friends. Jacoyo is one of those honorable members who spent time with the ordinary people at home. He invested in his network, and he had a huge network. I'll forever remember Washington Jacoyo Midiwo for his steadfastness, for being a true person. When he didn't like something, he said it as it were. And I remember for the last 2 years that he was talking in funerals in game and meeting people, he told them game can only have one MP. It can only have 2. And for that, I'll remember him for the rest of my life, and I will do anything possible to ensure that we give him a peaceful send-off. The Bible reminds me on Revelation 21, and I saw a new heaven and a new earth. Because the old one passed away, we look forward that when our day comes, we'll meet him in heaven. Thank you.
Honorable Wandai. Your card is not showing.
Honorable Speaker, okay, thank you very much. If you allow me to just again remove my mask, because I'm referring some notes on my phone. Mr. Speaker, let me join my colleagues. Yeah, I've asked for permission from the Speaker to refer to my notes on my phone. But if you insist, I'll try to. persevere. Okay. Honorable Speaker, let me join my colleagues in passing my deep felt condolences to the family of my friend Jakoyo Midio. Mr. Speaker, I came to know Jakoyo Midio when he was serving his first term in this parliament. Mr. Speaker, at that time, I was working for British American Tobacco, and there was a project I was implementing in his constituency, a CSR project, and that's how I came to meet him, the Speaker. And from that first encounter, I learned one or two things, one of which was that a member of parliament should not just sit back and wait for the so-called development to be brought by the government. That a member of parliament must go out of his way to create networks. That was a very valuable lesson I learned from Honorable Jakoyo. So, Speaker, come 2013, when I was running to be member of parliament, Jakoyo stood by me from day one up to the last moment. And I remember very well, at that time, I was still undertaking an assignment in Kampala, Mr. Speaker. And even after I had won nominations in ODM in Ugunja, Mr. Speaker, and I came to Nairobi to look for my certificate of nomination from the party, it was delaying. So I went back to Kampala. And so when the certificate was ready, Jakoyo called me that I have a certificate with me, and I want you to come and pick it from me, lest somebody play mischief. So I had to fly back from Entebbe to Nairobi, and he gave me the certificate of myself and my MCAs. That is Jakoyo, because he thought that if he didn't do so, he could create room for some mischief. Mr. Speaker, in the 11th Parliament, we as the Code Coalition, most of us, had wanted Jakoyo to be the leader of minority, Mr. Speaker, because we had seen the capacity in him. But of course, because of the dynamics of coalition, it didn't happen, and he became a deputy instead. But even as a deputy, Mr. Speaker, Jakoyo performed exemplarily well. It's for sure that Jakoyo's leadership was exemplary in this House. And it's a lesson for most of us who are new in this parliament, Mr. Speaker. Fast forward, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker. When Jakoyo lost the election of 2017, when Jakoyo did not make it back to this House in 2017, Mr. Speaker, I must confirm and confess that it is me among very other few people who remain close to him. And in fact, in the period between that time and now that he has left us, he has been to my constituency countless number of times. Countless number of times. I remember speaking to Jakoyo on Saturday last week, in the evening. I think 1 or 2 days before he passed on phone. Again, about the demise of his sister, his elder sister. I didn't know that I would be speaking with him for the last time, but he was still very, very confident as a man who was always sure of himself. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we all know that Jakoyo ran in 2017 election as an independent candidate in game. And when the elections were concluded, as I've said, I took it upon myself to initiate the process of bringing back Jakoyo to ODM in my other capacity in the party. And I must say I was successful in organizing his comeback and even a ceremony for him to be received back by Bar at Chungwa House. Of course, an initiative that didn't please very many people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to cut the story short, I want us to give our departed brother most befitting send-off. And to take home the lessons you have learned from his life as a politician and as a father and as a brother and as a son, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are very, very many people who have passed through this parliament and who will pass through this parliament, but will never leave the mark of the magnitude that Jakoyo has left. There are people who have been in this parliament even more times, more terms, but they have not left the kind of legacy that Jakoyo has left. So may God Almighty rest his soul in eternal peace. Thank you.
Honorable Ochieng. There is a problem, I think, around that area. There is a problem around that area.
Oh, I got it here. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with a very heavy heart, Mr. Speaker, I can't believe that I'm standing here this afternoon, evening, to talk about the Honorable Jakoyo Midio Aka Otada. Mr. Speaker, in the last campaign, we used to call him Otada times 4. Mr. Speaker, it is so saddening that is now being called the late Jakoyo Midio. I believe that one day, even death will die. The Speaker, Jakoyo was so friendly, so honest, so forthright, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2012, when I was running to be MP for Uganda, and he met me at the airport, and I was fighting that time with my current senator about whether I should be MP or not, because the senator and I come from the same ward. He told the senator, this young man has been fighting for so long to be MP. He's done so many things. Why are you fighting him? The Speaker, he even left a glass of alcohol on the table at the intercom when it became apparent that I had won the nomination and I wasn't being given the ticket for the ODM. The Speaker, he's the one who advised me to go to court after the ticket was given to somebody else. I finally got the ticket, Mr. Speaker. Jakoyo was so generous, not just with what he had, Mr. Speaker, but with words and advice. Mr. Speaker, he was such a good mentor. He would tell you that I know you are hard-headed, but this is the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, if I may joke about it, so he told me that, David, you're a young man joining politics, and you know that as a young man, you're going to have so many girls around you, you know? So I never allow any woman to enter your car. So Speaker, I've never allowed any lady to enter my car in my constituency. Apart my wife is not any other woman. Because he could advise you on how to navigate your way through service and through serving, even in this house. My joining of the circle was because of Jakoyo. He told you that, you know, you're going to spend money around here, but when the day comes for the elections, you won't have much. So make sure that you go to the circle. Mr. Speaker, Jakoyo cared. So 3 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, less than 3 weeks ago, on 30th of last month, Mr. Speaker, when the president came to Siaya County, Mr. Speaker, I shed a tear. When a member of parliament who had served for 3 terms, not just ordinary member, but up to a whip, Mr. Speaker, was being blocked from entering where the president was. He was being told you can't enter because you're a former member of parliament. 3 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, on 30th, on Sunday, in his constituency, not anywhere else, to launch projects that I'm so sure he was part of lobbying for. But the police and some guards, Mr. Speaker, it was so disheartening. And Mr. Speaker, as we discussed, for example, how to ensure that the former Prime Minister, the former Speaker, the former Minister have worked, Mr. Speaker, if a member serves here for 3 terms consecutive, Mr. Speaker, there must be a way to deal with it. We must ensure that, Mr. Speaker, as a House, we pass some laws that ensure that, because you cannot then leave Parliament after 3 years, and they can just play with you willy-nilly. I was so disheartened, Mr. Speaker. A person of Jakoyo's stature, Mr. Speaker, a person who personified debate. Mr. Speaker, when he rose to speak, and I was in this house last time, everybody here would keep quiet because they knew that he would speak sense. Mr. Speaker, he knew how to navigate his way across the aisle. And he taught some of us how to navigate living in Parliament. Speaker, like the Honorable Deputy Speaker said, Mr. Speaker, Jakoyo will tell you that the reason you're going to sports is not that you're going to be a good player or you're going to be a good footballer. You didn't come here to do football, but you must ensure that you go to sports, that you socialize. You know people. You can understand how members react to different situations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Jakoyo was such a loyal human being to his friends. To the fact and to the effect that, Mr. Speaker, and I spoke about it, in the last elections when he lost, I'm certain, and I'm saying to Honorable Elisha here, that were it not that Jakoyo did not support Honorable Gumbo for governorship of Siaya, Jakoyo would be in this parliament as MP. But he said that if ODM is not giving Gumbo his ticket, he will not take the ODM ticket. He was so loyal to his friends. Mr. Speaker, as we mourn Jakoyo, I would like this parliament to just have one thing in mind. That even as we do our things, let's mentor people who are going to come to this parliament. We are not going to be here forever. Let's give them hope. Let's tell them that Parliament is the best place to be in terms of guiding this House. And he believed in the authority and the capacity of Parliament to solve people's problems. He believed in that so much. There's nothing the Jakoyo saw that he would not go into this follow of the House. Mr. Speaker, I want to say sorry to the family. They are family friends to us. We'll pray with them, and we hope that God will give them peace, God will give them the courage, and God will comfort them. I'm not afraid to say that may the Lord rest his peace in his soul in eternal peace, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Could we try to be a bit brief? So that, because I know there are so many of us who have a moment or so with the Honorable Jakoyo, and so that we can, because you also know the business that is before us, but I think it's only fair and befitting that we allow as many of us to say something. Honorable Kimunya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of my family and the people of Kiviperi, I would like to convey my condolences to the family of the late Jakoyo Midiwo and the people of GEM who he represented for the 10 years that I served with him together. The 10 we served together, and then he continued to serve when I was out. I joined this parliament with him in 2002, December, and we got to know one another. Then in 2007, following the elections, we now got into the Grand Coalition together and worked together. And I got to work with him far much more. And as we got to even the tail end of that term, with him as a whip and with me as the deputy leader of government business, then we got conjoined into working together, especially as we brought in the legislation to actualize a new constitution. And he became a very useful ally to me because of our friendship. There was a team we had of Milio Thiambo, Mugatana. There was a team that used to sit around the corner, like 5 of them, who really used to poke holes into every bill that we brought. But using Jakoyo, I was able to get their thinking behind what issues, so to eliminate mischief and at least identify that the changes being brought to the law are for the better part of the law. And this was a time when, we had, I was on the PNU side. He was on the ODM side. But it was actually easier for me to work with him than our own whip. Because of he was always in the House anyway. And on our side, we were very weak in terms of representation. So it's somebody I got to trust and to work with and to get things moving in his house. And we became friends. And then after that, we've also appeared together on shows and of the radio, on TV. And I know his thinking, his commitment and all that was more of parliament. The kind of thing we're talking about, where we need people to be educated, to dedicate their time to parliament, rather than just thinking of, coming in, sign up, and dash out. But he actually dedicated his time here, and people got to know him. So we will miss a good leader. It's unfortunate he passed on at 54 is quite a tender age. But we leave that to God, and we can only say we'll miss him. It's at the prime of his life. We will miss what he would have done for the people of Game, what he would have done for the people of Kenya with his experience. And at this point, we can only pray for his family to have the comfort to go through this situation that has befallen them rather suddenly. And I would ask that members, in our traditional way, I don't know whether it's Honorable Elisha who will be mobilizing that, in our compassionate way, we can see how to join the family in giving him a befitting send-off. As I'm thinking of, as the MP, obviously working with the leader of the minority party, you guide us into how members can participate in helping the family to overcome the financial burden associated with, as we pray for them to overcome the grief, that one does not complicate the other. And also as part of our contribution to sending our colleague off. So with those words, I really want to say once again, it's a loss to all of us, and especially for the family, people of Game, the Kenyan nation, people who used to listen to him every Monday. I think he was appearing on a TV show every Monday, and almost every day. And as part of participating in bringing up issues to the Kenyan people. So we'll miss him, and may the Lord keep his soul in eternal peace and with eternal light shining on him. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Eseli. Honorable members, I'm aware that the members from Siaya have all indicated that that some are saying they're either aunties or uncles, grandfathers, and the children or grandchildren to the. But please allow the voices of Kenya, because the Honorable Joko Midiwo. And for those of you who may not know, I personally would wish to appreciate the role that the Honorable Midiwo played in revision of our standing orders. The current standing orders have a lot of imprint from the Honorable Jacob Midiwo. And therefore, I think that's just, of course, I do appreciate those concerns, but let us also allow other members from other parts of the country to eulogize our late brother. Honorable Eseli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Tongaren constituency, I wish to extend my deep-felt condolences to the family of the late Washington Jacoyo Midiwo. I first met Jacoyo Midiwo when I came to Parliament in 2007. That time, Jacoyo Midiwo was the chief whip for ODM. And Mr. Speaker, I must say from the outset that actually Jacoyo struck terror to the PNU side because of his organizational skills. And that time I was able to observe it sort of detached, because on the PNU side, I was the only Fort Kenya MP. So I was able to masquerade on both sides. And I observed that Jacoyo's organizational skills made the ODM team so formidable that to counter them effectively, the PNU side had to go an extra mile. And he was so persistent and so insistent about what he believed in. And this made it very difficult for the other side to be able to counter what he was doing. Mr. Speaker, that said, he was also a very friendly person, in that in the evening, in the members' lounge, you could always have a drink with him and have a chat with him, and he had a lot of advice for those of us who had just come into Parliament as to how to make your mark in Parliament, how to actually read research about bills and things like those. And in fact, at one point, he held my hand as I brought the bill that eventually came up to be the Human Resource Management Act that's being used now. He actually put me through the paces before that act was enacted. He was a good debater. And in fact, this being a good debater extended even after he didn't make it back to Parliament. That we met on the TV show that you are saying AM Live on NTV, and he was always very jovial. But one thing he never did, he never said yes when he meant no. He said it as it is. Whether you felt offended or not, but eventually you'll find that what he has told you is what he saw. So he did not mince words. If you have displeased him, he'll tell you so, but in a friendly way, that in the end, you'll still remain friendly with him. He was also jovial in a way. There's one joke he kept on telling us about the time he was accused of having frequented Koinange Street. And he went for the campaign in his constituency, and he knew that his days were over because that was the main accusation flying around. Then somebody just stood up and said, Jakoyo is the man because he's not running after men, he's running after women. So he's not a gay. And that changed the mood, and Jakoyo made it back to Parliament. He kept on telling that joke. He had his own way of saying that joke, and he would make all of us laugh in the members' lounge. After he left Parliament, I've interacted with him several times, and he has remained hopeful and always encouraging to those of us who are his friends. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Honorable Pukosi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Endebess and my family, I want to send my message of condolence to the family and the people of Game following the death of Honorable Washington Jakoyo Midiwo. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Jakoyo used to sit on the other side there in the last Parliament, and I was also a member with him in the Committee of Health and Catering. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Jakoyo Midiwo contributed to the changing of health and catering to the facility and services. He's actually the one who contributed a lot when we met and we were able to discuss and agree that this is supposed to be for facilities and services for members. Even when this committee is supposed to have even oversighted the Parliamentary Service Commission, actually, because there is no committee that oversights Parliamentary Service Commission. It is supposed to be the Facility and Services Committee that should oversight Parliamentary Service Commission. Even their budget, they should be able to present that. That is actually the Jakoyo that I know. Honorable Speaker, when the President visited Siaya, and Honorable Jakoyo, I read in the papers that he was denied entry into the Bondo Water Services, which the President was opening. I think that was a very sad moment. And I think those who did that, I think they should be ashamed of themselves. Because honorable members, whether you've been, so long as you've been here in Parliament, you've served your time, but you must be respected. Honorable Speaker, just another point which I think should be looked by the Parliamentary Service Commission on the same breath is the members who have retired from this House or members who are on pension. Their health cover should also be looked into, because you find that there are members who have not used even their health cover for all the period which they have been here in Parliament. But once they are on pension, you find that somebody becomes sick, they are out, and is not able to access any medical cover. I think it's a high time that we need to look at the pension for the members, and so that pension includes health care cover for them, so that when they retire from the house or they are on pension, they are able to access good medical care outside there, not just even members alone, but even retired Kenyans. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to say, may his soul rest in eternal peace.
Well, member for Lego Songa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I take this opportunity on behalf of my family and the people of Alego Songa to pass our sincere condolences to the family of the Honorable Washington Jacoy Midiwo. Honorable Speaker, I met Jacoy when I was still in the banking industry where I used to work. When I developed interest to join politics, I looked for him and I held a meeting with him. And I wanted him to guide me in how to maneuver the field of politics. And he asked me a few questions, and I answered those questions. He told me, I think you can be a good politician. So during the period of running to 2022, running to 2017, when we were out looking for votes, I was aligned to him in the political matrix of the Siaya County. But unfortunately, in our camp, I was the only one who was lucky to win the ODM ticket. Our gubernatorial candidate and the whole team lost. So he moved to independent, to be an independent candidate, and I campaigned as an ODM candidate. And we only met after I was sworn in, after the elections, and I was sworn in. And we met at the airport. And he was happy to see me, and we had a very good conversation. But he told me that since I was elected, he had observed a few things which I did which were not going to help me. And he told me that, one, you work a lot with youth, with bodybuilders. So I want to ask you to drop that. And he also told me that there are many mistakes that politicians make, which is that when they are elected, they don't pick calls. I want to ask you to pick all the calls that come your way. Never switch off your phones. And I think this is something that Honorable Mbadi alluded to. Honorable Speaker, I think that those two lessons that I was given by Jacoy has really helped me in my political journey, because I do not switch off my phones, and I dropped, the idea of walking around with a lot of youths like I am working in my enemy territory. But Honorable Speaker, there's one thing that I want to thank Jacoy for, and this is something that I have also learned. Jacoy is somebody who would never hold any grudge with anyone. I remember in the recent past, in our Siaya County politics, we have not been reading from the same script. But in many occasions when we have met with Jacoy, he will never talk to you about your political differences. He would talk to you about the current issues, and he will never hold any grudge, and he will treat you like you are his friend. I think that I said yesterday, Honorable Speaker, when we received the news of his demise, that for us as a county, we have lost a progressive leader, a formidable leader. The politics in Siaya is going to change, because for a long time and up to the most recent, even when Jacoy was not in this parliament, the politics in Siaya always revolved around Jacoy. You are either with or against Jacoy. And I think for us as young leaders, I want to say that there's a lot that we have learned from Jacoy around his political life, around the way he handled his issues, around his boldness, around the fact that Jacoy is somebody who will always, take a position, irrespective of whether that position is against the party or against the establishment. It is something that I think we are going to learn for a long time in our region. We really do not have such politicians like Jacoy. And therefore, even as we mourn, I want to call upon our people to learn something about Jacoy. And as the MP who represents his uncles, because his mother comes from my constituency, the family has had a lot. Recently, we lost his uncle. We have lost his sister, who is also married in my constituency. and now we have lost the late Honorable Jacoyo Midiwo. We know that these deaths have come in many deaths in a span of just 2 weeks. We know that it is very painful, and I want to thank Honorable Kimunya for urging members to stand with the family of the late. May the Almighty God rest the soul of the Honorable Jacoyo Midiwo in eternal peace.
As I give another member, I just want to remind the House that, and Kenyans in general, those who enjoy consumer protection laws, that the Honorable Jacoyo Midiwo was the architect of that law. And in fact, the provisions in our standing orders requiring that when a member is being discharged, that he should be given an opportunity. You write to the member, you must warn the member that you're about to discharge them. Give him an opportunity, or her an opportunity, to present his or her case. So I know it's important that we say some of these things as we move on, as we mourn our late brother, Honorable Duale. I know you worked a lot with the Honorable Midiwo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, it is not even me. I think you have worked with Honorable Jacoyo more than anybody else, because he was with you in the 9th Parliament when you were the whip of the opposition, KANU, and he was in government NAC. Mr. Speaker, I came to learn Honorable Midiwo in 2004-05 when we were together in LDP. But I really worked with him in the 11th Parliament when CORD and that time TNA, URP, there was a lot of commotion. And I'm sure you have seen the video, going round. And it's very interesting. Honorable Jacoyo Midiwo, Mr. Speaker, was a very fearless leader, very courageous. And that shows he was the only man who could stand up to, the ODM party and its leadership. And I remember in the 10th Parliament, after we joined together ODM and we became members of Parliament in 2007, somewhere along the way, I was an assistant minister, so I was in the government side. Then around 2009, I was sacked as an assistant minister because of politics. So when I became a backbencher, I had no committee. Mr. Speaker, I had no committee. And Mr. Speaker, that's why you are different from other speakers. And members must know. So I stayed in this house for about 3 months as a backbencher, sacked from government, and with no committee. So I went to Speaker Marende. He didn't listen to me. And in fact, that led to one of the reasons why I didn't vote for him in the 11th Parliament. He was not very kind. I told him, I'm a member of Parliament for duties. So I met Honorable Jacoyo, a good man. He was a whip and working together with Johnson Mudama, who was from the PNU. So I sat with him in the bar, and I told him, my friend, you know what, Jacoyo, even if I have been sacked and I'm not in good books with ODM, I'm entitled to have a committee. And Jacoyo went out of his way and made sure that I joined the Committee of Energy at that time. But Mr. Speaker, finally, I really want to indulge you now under your leadership, is that the Parliamentary Service Commission must recognize outstanding leaders, not only Jacoyo, but since independence, by doing what happens in the House of Commons, in the Australian Parliament, by naming certain facilities and rooms after those leaders. Instead of having room 7, room 9, we can have Jacoyo Midiwo room. We can have Speaker Marende's, room, so that these leaders are remembered. Shikuku, the Honorable Shikuku, the Honorable Ahmed Khalif, those great leaders. And this you find it in other jurisdictions, so that even the floors in our new building, they should be, and cafeteria should be named after somebody. The library should be named after somebody. Jean-Marie Soronei Library, for example, as a speaker. So that these leaders are recognized. So Jacoyo, I think to start with, we can, and through the Parliamentary Service Commission, you can do that. The Speaker, Honorable Elisha is a beneficiary of the fearless and courageous nature of Honorable Jacoyo. in the last election. Because Jakoyo was in a team, and I'm not sure whether Honorable Atandi was there, because Honorable Atandi, with a lot of respect, doesn't fit in the Jakoyo's team. He said he was with him, and the problem is now we can't verify. But Ochieng, these are the people who are with Jakoyo. And at one time during the election, just to conclude, I sat with Jakoyo because we were very good friends, particularly the 11th Parliament. Jakoyo will say no, and we agree with him by the time we're entering the chamber. And I'll agree with him, I'll tell him, you're the opposition leader, you're the minority leader with Honorable Nyanze, take your position, I'll take my position, we'll see the numbers. At times we agree, this is of national interest, let us do a bipartisan. So by the time I'm coming to the chamber, I knew the position of Jakoyo, and he knows my position. So to the last general election, I sat with him and I told him, my friend, I have been with you in ODM since 2007. In fact, in LDP, you can't fight Baba. And I can see you are pushing and you really want Honorable Gumbo, another man I have a lot of respect for, one of the very few independent-minded leaders from the lake. People like Honorable Shakil Shabir, and people like Jackson Jakoyo. I told him, please, don't put a lot of push and investment in this candidature of Honorable Gumbo. It might cost you your seat. And that's what happened, and that is what brought Honorable Elisha to this house. Apart from the many votes you got. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we will ask Honorable Elisha and Honorable John Bundy, maybe tomorrow, that they start collecting. I think, Honorable, we need to stand with the family of our colleague. He was one of the few leaders under the new constitution in our own parliamentary jurisdiction. Under the new constitution, he is a deputy minority leader, the first of its kind in this house. So I think we will sit as leaders, as friends, and make sure that the family he left behind and colleagues also will not be left. Mr. Speaker, we say it in our religion, in chapter 3, verse 185 of the Holy Quran, every soul will test death. So death is imminent, death will come. The only question is when, and I hope that when he meets his creator, all that he will be charged is what he has done for the Almighty God when he was in this worldly affair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honour members, I am now between a rock and a hard place. Those of you who understand the parliamentary procedures, today is the third and final allotted day. And this session goes on up to 6:30. Unless we do a supplementary order paper to push the third and the fourth allotted day to the period between 7 and 9:30, which I don't know whether it is, unless there's another motion, may not be possible, because even that was slotted to be the first allotted day for supply. So, honour members, I know, and I can see there's a lot of interest. Eulogia is our brother. Now, this is a problem. I know the Honourable Wamalwa worked with the Honourable Jacob Midiwo very, very closely in the last parliament. If you could take just
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here with a very heavy heart. And on behalf of my family, the people of Kiminini constituency and Trans Nzoia County at large, we send our message of condolence to the family of the late Washington Jakoyo Midiwo. Mr. Speaker, the Bible, in the book of Ecclesiastes, the Bible says there's time for everything. There's time to be born and there's time to die, Mr. Speaker. Jakoyo Midiwo has gone very early. Mr. Speaker, I worked with this Jakoyo Midiwo. I used to sit here, we used to sit next to each other. He was our team leader, Mr. Speaker. He was a fearless, astute legislator, Mr. Speaker, very charismatic, and he was a team player. Mr. Speaker, just like what William Shakespeare said, Mr. Speaker, that all of us were on this earth just like performers in a play. It is like a stage where we are acting but will eventually exit. But as you exit, what legacy do you leave behind? Jacoyo Midiwo leaves behind a strong legacy of team working, Mr. Speaker. He leaves behind a strong legacy of charisma, Mr. Speaker. He used to lead us here. He was the deputy minority leader, Mr. Speaker. But every time, people confused that he was the minority leader because Nyenze was the minority leader and he was the deputy. And when I joined Parliament, Mr. Speaker, he told me that if you want to be a good legislator, Mr. Speaker, you must learn by attending parliamentary sittings. That's what he told me, Mr. Speaker. And that is the same message I've been giving my other colleagues who are joining for the first time, like Honorable Amilemba and the MP for Mheshimiwa Kavinga, that if you want to learn to be a good legislator, you must learn by attending Parliament. And he told me, Mr. Speaker, you should not miss two books. This is the Standing Order and the Constitution. That was Jacoyo Midiwo, Mr. Speaker. I served with him in the House Business, in the Committee of Appointments, and I was also with him in the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations. He used to lead us very well, Mr. Speaker. At that time, Mr. Speaker, the temperatures were very high. And before any matter came on the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker, there was that consultation between Honorable Midiwo and Duale. I also want to thank Duale, Mr. Speaker. He has been a good leader. He's one person who has very good interpersonal skills. Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. He was kicked out. I was also kicked out, Mr. Speaker, from leadership. And Midiwo called me. And he told me, my brother, you're still young. You still have a better future. Let life continue. I was kicked out, and now you can see I'm strong, Mr. Speaker. I was encouraged by Midiwo. And he also told me what had been done in the backyard. And about last week, we were discussing with my friend here, Honorable Elisha. And I want to thank Elisha because, Mr. Speaker, he's not among the people who blocked Midiwo from accessing the president. We were discussing last week. And I told him, you've done well on the constituency, but you've not done well in legislation like Jacoyo Midiwo. And I told him you should increase your contact hours on the floor of the House. And you can see he's seated here, Mr. Speaker. And for you, if you want to learn parliamentary matters, you must learn by attending. If you come, you sign in, you sign out, you'll not learn, Mr. Speaker. And this I learned from Jacoyo Midiwo. So we are praying to Almighty God to give his family fortitude at this difficult time. And he was also a prayerful person because we used to be with him in the National Prayer Breakfast. We've lost a great friend, Mr. Speaker. May his soul rest in peace.
Now, honourable members, because there are so many of you who have made the requests, and I have to balance now this, the need between you having to eulogize our late brother and the need for us to go to the third and final allotted day for the business appearing in order number 11. So I have to balance, and therefore, we strike a balance on our members. 1 minute, and it will be timed here. When you see the yellow light, you know you have 30 seconds. Yeah? Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll take 1 minute. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Navajo and that of my own behalf, allow me, Honorable Speaker, to pass my sincere condolences to the family of the late Jacoyo Midiwo, Washington. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Jacoyo made a statement here which I would want to remember during the security bill. He did caution us. I was a first-term MP, and he did caution us and said, make laws that are for posterity. Make laws that will favor you when you are out of government and when you are in government. Honorable Speaker, that statement leaves me always. When I'm a majority whip, Honorable Speaker, I'm able to extend my service to those on the minority side without, Honorable Speaker, considering that they are the minority side and this is the majority side. We serve one government and we serve one parliament. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May God rest his soul in eternity.
Member for Migori County.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I also arise on behalf of myself and Sona West and the entire Migori County to say pole to the family of Jakoyo Midiwo. I was not a member of parliament then, but a board chair of some very small school which had only one classroom. And my husband was another board chair in another school. These two schools in my local community, Machicha and Kitabai, were in need. And so Honorable Ndiege introduced me to Jakoyo Midiwo, and I was amazed at his humility, generosity. He came and supported me, and we raised the first 3.6 million in Arambe that was ever held in that region. May God rest his soul in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Igembe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on my own behalf, my family, and that of the people of great people of Igembe Central, I pass my condolences to the family of Jakoyo Midiwo, who happened to be my colleague in the last parliament. He was an astute debater. He was he had a lot of interpersonal capacities, and he was one of the few members of parliament who would really challenge Duale in this parliament. And he was very sincere in his debate. And also, when he meant to oppose something, he opposed it with a lot of reason and with a lot of caution. And if he had to appreciate anything, he did it so in the same measure. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Member for Yatta. Member for Yatta. Honorable Kilonzo. It's not there. He left his member for Emuhaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I take this opportunity to also pass my condolences as myself, Mboko Milemba, and the people of Emuhaya. We are his neighbors, and I call him uncle because my mother came from where his home is. We had a chance of visiting him, and I agree with Honorable Amalwa. He told me to sit in Parliament. He told me not to be walking out and bouncing. He told me that's the most important thing when you're in Parliament. And we had wanted to change him from ODM to NC that time. I went with my party leader. We were unable, but that is it. May the Lord rest his soul in peace.
Member for Muranga County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join my colleagues in eulogizing my friend, Honorable Jakoyo Midiwo. He was a friend and also a person whom I met in this house was very clean-hearted, a good debater. And today, Honorable Duale has confirmed my worries then, that because I used to see that they used to collude, both of them, though they were on different sides. He was a very great leader, and Honorable Speaker, it's sad that when the issue of somebody was conning me came up, Honorable Jakoyo is the one who helped me to arrest the guy, and today I was in court this afternoon. 3 years down the line, the hearing was today, and unfortunately, he will not give evidence because the hearing started today. But I'll say I've lost a friend, a great leader, and may he rest in peace.
Member for Siaya County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity to convey my condolences to the family of Jakoyo Midiwo. Jakoyo Midiwo is somebody I've known since childhood. We grew up together, even though I'm much older. And Jakoyo Midiwo has performed marvelously as a politician. The Game people, the people of Siaya, have a lot of respect for Jakoyo Midiwo, for the debate he held in here, and the way he was very eloquent, very forceful, and very determined. He has remained a history in the people of Game. They rate Jakoyo as one of the best politicians that Game people have produced, alongside my late brother-in-law, Oki Ooko Ombaka, Mama Grace Ogot, and Arguings Kodek. That is where they have rated Jakoyo Midiwo. I take this opportunity to tell you that.
Member for North Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to really eulogize the passing of a great friend and a colleague, Honorable Jakoyo Midiwo. We met many years ago in the States. Later, we met in this house. Mr. Speaker, sir, he was a great man, a great leader, a very fine gentleman. And Mr. Speaker, sir, when we were in ODM, he was always a voice of reason, and was able to go beyond regions, beyond entities to see us as Kenyans, and was a great leader. I pray God to rest his soul in eternal peace, and also to give his family fortitude to overcome these challenging times. May his soul rest in peace.
Honorable Professor Adur.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I eulogize Jakoyo, I want to say not just charisma, but heart set. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that Jakoyo Otada ×4, solid, bold, courageous. Honorable Speaker, Kenya right now needs not just politicians, but leaders. And Jakoyo Midiwo is a clear example as we listen not only to what is being said here, Honorable Speaker, but even to what right from the referendum through to the Constitution, even to BBI. Jakoyo Midiwo speaks the truth, speaks for Kenya, speaks boldly. May his soul rest in peace.
Honorable Gikaria.
Nashukuru sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Niongee tu kwa niaba yangu, familia na watu ya Nakuru Town East Constituency kuleta rambirambi kwa familia na jamaa za ndugu yangu Jakoyo Midiwo ambaye tulijuana katika bunge ya 11. Na niseme Jakoyo kwa yale mambo ambayo alifanya wakati ule, alitufunza mengi sana wakati alipokuwa akifanya debate. Na sana sana Speaker, Jakoyo alikuwa ni mtu ambaye alikuwa informed sana. Tulikuwa tunamheshimu Bwana Duale, lakini ile information Duale alikuwa naye, Jakoyo had always an answer for that. And I respected Jakoyo for ile mambo ambayo alikuwa akitoa wakati ule ya kuweza kutupatia kama wageni katika bunge hili, kuweza kuweka miswada hasa, na alikuwa akiniambia vile alishirikia katika ile kupitisha Constitution ya 2010.
Honorable Shakil Shabir.
Thank you. I want to eulogize my dear brother, Jakoyo Midiwo. He was a very, very strong person and a great support. But as the chairman of APNAC, he was one of our strongest fighters for corruption. I remember, Mr. Chair, that Jakoyo Midiwo, Isaac Maura, and myself stopped the Prime Minister of Malaysia in 2015 from opening the anti-corruption workshop. Up to date, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Malaysians still remember that particular event. Jakoyo was fearless, and he was very much a fighter against corruption. Thank you.
Honorable Aluke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me a chance also to give my condolences to the family of Honorable Jakoyo Midiwo. I knew Jakoyo Midiwo, Honorable Speaker, in the 11th Parliament, and he was a forthright member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. He was very versatile when he was on the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker. Jakoyo was friendly to everybody, to all members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, during his time as a member of Parliament. He was a team player, Mr. Speaker, and he will share his thoughts with others, like us during that time when we were still young in this House, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this House has lost, or this nation has lost a great politician, a leader whom we'll remember forever. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Tongi Nyagaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity on my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Nyaribari Chache, where I represent Honorable Speaker, to share my condolences with the rest of Kenyans of losing such a great leader. Honorable Jakoyo Midiwo, a couple of months ago, he trained us in Mombasa, Malindi, where he told me that he had just cleared his master's in diplomacy. And he gave us a very good training in matters of diplomacy, Honorable Speaker. Little did I know that he was going to pass on in such a short period of time. We will remember him as one of the peacemakers, a man who stood for the good of the country, just like you, Mr. Speaker. He meant well for the country, and he never cared where you come from. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Finished the interventions. And we say, may his soul rest in eternal peace. Honourable members, I'm only looking at what is on. Now you can't. Now you are putting now surely. No, but now you are beginning to press the intervention button at this hour. Surely, honourable members. No, they were not showing. There was nothing. No, honourable members. I'm sure many of you who might not have gotten the opportunity, please. I'm sure we can also find time to go and condole with the family. You are very many. Honourable members, I'm telling you, we have less than 1 hour, 15 minutes to do the last final allotted day. You know, some of you may not have, even now, and that's why we really, I think I really also needed to eulogize my brother, my friend, the late Midiwo. Some of you have not been able to even internalize business. That's why that's why sometimes you really wish that the late Honorable Midiwo would be in the chamber to also explain some of you who have momentary lapses of memory. Because it's not, I think you just forget. I told you, well, the reason why I said 1 minute is so as to balance. And since you are not placed your interventions at that time, please let's just be content with that, so that we can go to the next order. I know many of you may really have wanted, not even 1 minute has not been sufficient. I'm sure many of you may have much more to say about the Honorable Midiwo. But there's just so much that we can do. Let's be content with what has been said, and because we are still around, let's find time. The Honorable Elisha has just informed me that he was going to go to his home to find out what arrangements, and perhaps tomorrow he can give us some information so that maybe many of us can also go there and condole with the family. Let's just be content with what has been said. Move to the next order.
Order number 8, the Trustees Perpetual Succession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2021, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Trustee Perpetual Succession Act and for connected purposes. Order number 9, the Perpetuities and Accumulations Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2021, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Perpetuities and Accumulations Act and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Certified Managers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2021, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to establish the Institute of Certified Managers, to provide for the registration and regulation of the standards and practice of the profession, and for connected purposes. Order number 11, motion, consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2021-2022, general debate, third and final allotted day.
Well, the Honorable Shinali was on the floor and has a balance of 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I support the motion on budget estimates. Budget estimates 2021-22. Mr. Speaker, my first take would be looking at areas which the budget might have left out or completely or given low funds, yet if supported, they would generate revenue for this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the sugar industry in the Western region is an area which the budget estimates the Treasury has left out completely, Mr. Speaker. There was a task force which was put in place, chaired by Chairman of Council of Governors and the Minister for Agriculture, Mr. Chair. Which, Mr. Speaker, proposed that the sugar industries would be privatized. Surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, the Privatization Commission has only the chair. It does not have any other members. So nothing on that front has been done, Mr. Speaker. Yet farmers are suffering, and they have they can't see their factories helping them. They are just dead elephants, white elephants, Mr. Speaker, lying there. Another area is mining, Mr. Speaker. Along the western region to Nyanza, Mr. Speaker, we have artisan mining. There's rich minerals there, including coal and copper, Mr. Speaker. There has been no allocations to Ministry of Mining. In 2017, when we came here, state mining had a full-fledged Ministry of Mining, Mr. Speaker. It was reduced to a state department in mining. And right now, it is just a desk, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a proposal to have a gold refinery in Kakamega County and a granite factory in Vihiga, Mr. Speaker. Looking at the allocations, Mr. Speaker, to start off as a seed finance, Mr. Speaker, we have only 13 million. What would a 13 million do, Mr. Speaker? On education, Mr. Speaker, these estimates have given employment of teachers. We know there is a COVID pandemic right now, which has come with other requirements, Mr. Speaker. We need to employ teachers. The teacher-student ratio is so poor, Mr. Speaker, and these estimates have suggested an employment of 5,000 teachers. Mr. Speaker, 5,000 are not enough, although they are trying to do good, because maybe the revenues are not behaving well, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, in this area, we need to employ more teachers. My thinking would be, Mr. Speaker, there is an addition, maybe through supplementary, that we employ more teachers to cater for our young ones, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another area which I feel funds should be enhanced, should revenue collection behave well, Mr. Speaker, or increase in that matter, is the funds that go directly to the grassroots, Mr. Speaker. We have the Women Fund, which we have seen allocated only 120, Mr. Speaker. This is a fund which reaches the Mama Mboka, Mr. Speaker, on the ground. The fund that reaches small business people, they borrow money from the government because, Mr. Speaker, these people cannot access funds through the banks, which have stringent regulations or requirements, Mr. Speaker, to borrow money. The youth fund is an area also where, Speaker, funds should be enhanced. We have seen them given 435 million countrywide, Mr. Speaker, and this is a feeling that these particular areas which would spur economic growth should be funded more, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, touching on agriculture, we know very well Kenya is a signatory to international declarations like Maputo and Colabo declarations, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that agriculture is devolved, we need a policy to see that at least we are able to adhere to those declarations that we have signed to for making sure, Mr. Speaker, that at least 10% of our budget is allocated to agriculture, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is an area where, Mr. Speaker, maybe there should be some guidance, because there are resolutions, Mr. Speaker, of this Parliament that are made, Mr. Speaker, and nothing is done about it when it comes to budget. Mr. Speaker, there are ex-councillors who have served this country, Mr. Speaker, and you know, once you've been a politician, Mr. Speaker, whether elected or nominated, your chances of getting a job out there becomes limited. The Senate, Mr. Speaker, resolved that these ex-councillors be paid a honorarium of 1.5 million one-off and 30,000 maybe monthly, Mr. Speaker. Our ex-councillors are languishing in poverty, and Mr. Speaker, there's no one to hold their hand, Mr. Speaker. This is an area, Mr. Speaker, this House maybe should resolve to see to it that our colleagues, because now this is like a club. Once you become a politician, Mr. Speaker, they need to be helped, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I wish to speak on issue of stalled projects, Mr. Speaker, and pending bills. Mr. Speaker, we have so many stalled projects which government has put in money countrywide, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is these stalled projects like Mitiani House, Mr. Speaker, where government is pumping in money. It's 35 years old, Mr. Speaker. Some of us in this House, or some members in this House, 35 years, maybe they were not born, Mr. Speaker. But that Mitiani House is still there, and the Examination Council is paying rents to business people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have also our own here, where we are constructing the office block, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this office block has taken now, since I came in this Parliament, it was ongoing. Up to now, every year we are putting in money, and it is not over yet. Every time we have given timelines of joining, of occupying the same house, but up to date, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing happening, and this Parliament is spending 300 million, approximately 300 million every year on rent, Mr. Speaker. So for 10 years, Mr. Speaker, that is about 3 billion shillings that has been spent. That is a cost of another building, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want also to comment on the pending bills, Mr. Speaker. Pending bills is an issue. Mr. Speaker, the President has given a directive on the same. This House, whenever we make our budget, we give our recommendations, Mr. Speaker, and Treasury seems not to take our recommendations seriously, Mr. Speaker. Pending bills both on the county government and in the national government, Mr. Speaker, are monies that our people, Kenyan business people, have borrowed to do business. And, Mr. Speaker, those business people trusted the government. They thought the best partner to do with business is government, Mr. Speaker. But to their surprise and dismay, Mr. Speaker, the money has stuck. County governments have made people poor, Mr. Speaker. People have sold their properties. People are languishing in poverty. People who were trying out to make their life, Mr. Speaker, including even youth, Mr. Speaker. This issue of pending bills, Mr. Speaker, need to be addressed, and once for all, Mr. Speaker, pending bills must be put as the first charge, because when the CS Treasury comes here, National Treasury comes here, that is what he pronounces himself to. We need to verify and make sure pending bills are paid, Mr. Speaker, and once that money goes on the ground to our people, Mr. Speaker, you'll find a lot of money in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want now to take this also opportunity, that is why I was hurrying to join my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to say to pass my condolences, Mr. Speaker, to the family of Honorable Jacoyo Midiwa. On behalf of my family, my constituency, people of Ikolomani, Mr. Speaker, Jacoyo was my friend. I interacted with him the first time, Mr. Speaker, when I was running as a member of parliament for Ikolomani during a by-election in 2010. He supported me, Mr. Speaker. I ran on ODM ticket. He was, ODM by that time was very premium, Mr. Speaker, premium party, but he helped me to get the ticket, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. That's all.
Yes, stop here is Honorable Amalwa, but please note the Chair of Energy and the Chair of Health who are here. Of course, by virtue of being chairs, you definitely get a chance. And of course, the leader of majority. Honorable Amalwa, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing the budget policy statement. There's consistency with the budget estimate. Mr. Speaker, many times, because last parliament, Mr. Speaker, I served on the budget committee. And on the budget committee, Mr. Speaker, we realized there was a big discrepancy between the budget policy statement and whatever comes out of the budget estimates. But at least for now, Mr. Speaker, we can see some improvement in the sense that the variation is actually statistically insignificant, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we speak right now, we are under a presidential system. And under the presidential system, Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, Parliament is supposed to be a budget-making house. Mr. Speaker, this matter has not yet been realized. Because any amendment you want to do, Mr. Speaker, as far as these budget estimates are concerned, it must be done in concurrence with the executive. That is through the CS Treasury. And in many other jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker, when you are under the presidential system, Parliament is supposed to be a budget-making house, Mr. Speaker. But we still have the hangovers. We still have the hangovers, Mr. Speaker, of the parliamentary system, where the executive still has a lot of say as far as the budget-making process is concerned. Mr. Speaker, I examined this report, and there's some key concerns, Mr. Speaker, which I thought I should bring out. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues is the public debt. Mr. Speaker, the public debt has been an emotive issue in this country. Mr. Speaker, sometimes back in this parliament, we passed a motion, and this motion, Mr. Speaker, was on debt ceiling. And I remember very well, Mr. Speaker, we had put a ceiling of at least, it was around 9 trillion, and this is supposed to have gone to a period of 2024. Mr. Speaker, we have not moved even 2-3 years. And right now, when you look at this proposal in this report, Mr. Speaker, the budget deficit that we have of around 950 billion or so, we are supposed is going to be through borrowing. The question you're asking, Mr. Speaker, as legislators, are we legislating in vain, or are we legislating for the sake of it, Mr. Speaker? Having passed this, Mr. Speaker, obviously, and I'll be listening carefully when it comes to answering, and I'm happy that the leader of majority is here. So does it mean automatically, Mr. Speaker, as we pass this, we'll be extending or removing that ceiling, or is he going to come back with a motion? Because the key objective at that particular time, Mr. Speaker, it was that we were increasing the ceiling so that we can be able to borrow from the IMF. And of course, we are going to get lower interest rates. And once that money comes, Mr. Speaker, they are going to handle the expensive loans which have risen through the domestic borrowing. We've not stayed for long, Mr. Speaker. Here again, we have the deficit. So are we going to increase now the debt ceiling from 9 trillion, is it to 12 trillion? Because we are told currently the status is we are doing almost 8.4. That means we only have a shortage of around 600 or so. And here we are passing, we are saying the 950 billion deficit. We must borrow carefully, Mr. Speaker. Let's not have an ambitious budget that we can't be able to fund. Let's only have the key priority projects, Mr. Speaker. Kibaki's time, when you look at the borrowing at that time, Mr. Speaker, and his CS is here. I don't think we had done almost 50% of the GDP. As we speak right now, we are already doing more than 70% of the GDP. The rule of thumb is, Mr. Speaker, in growing democracies like Kenya, at least 50% of the GDP, that is the rule of thumb. We've seen many other countries, of course, the advanced countries, they are borrowing 100% plus. But we are not yet there. We are not yet there. Let's borrow wisely. And a lot of the money that is being borrowed, Mr. Speaker, in this country, we have a problem of corruption. There was a report which was here in Parliament that 30% of the GDP is gone through wastages, through corruption, Mr. Speaker. And I'm also happy to note that at least we can see a bit of funding when it comes to the institutions that are going to help to fight graft, like the DPP, like the Auditor General. And those particular institutions, we should have timely reports. Many times the auditor report comes here, mostly it has been historical in nature. But there's this timely one, the continuous monitoring that can be able to help so that we can fight against corruption. The DPP, Mr. Speaker, has been underfunded. We hope with this amount now, it's going to increase at least the number of qualified prosecutors that are going to dispense their work timely. These two institutions in particular, Mr. Speaker, they are very, very critical as far as the fight against corruption is concerned. Mr. Speaker, another issue is about the installed projects or the incomplete projects, Mr. Speaker. Particularly when it comes to judiciary. We passed a motion in the last parliament on the floor of this house that we should have a high court in every county. Mr. Speaker, the report from JSC, from the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee shows that we have a lot of courts in this country which are incomplete, and they are 80% to completion. But when it comes to allocation of funds, when it comes to the judiciary, Mr. Speaker, they are just being given money for recurrent expenditure. These projects, when will they ever be completed? How we had wished, Mr. Speaker, that these projects, which have been 80% completed, the 20% should be funded so that they can be completed and we can have easy access to justice in this country, Mr. Speaker. Because that has been a big problem. The judiciary has complained before, Mr. Speaker, that is being underfunded, Mr. Speaker. But we are not seeing any difference here. So do you want it to continue operating? Do you want it to come to a standstill, Mr. Speaker? And the issue of independence. How I wish that the Judicial Service Fund is going to be operationalized, Mr. Speaker, so that as we move forward, the independence of judiciary should be enhanced, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I move forward, I want to talk about the issue of the pending bills. The pending bills, Mr. Speaker, has been a nightmare in this country. His Excellency, the President, gave a directive that they should be able to prioritize and be cleared within 6 months. We want to know the report. What is the status? Pending bills are critical because, Mr. Speaker, if a pending bill has been audited and verified, it should be paid. The county government, as it's threatening, Mr. Speaker, to shut down, we're asking, because a lot of the pending bills, Mr. Speaker, at the county level. This is at the local entrepreneurs, Mr. Speaker, the local investors, Mr. Speaker. If the pending bills are paid, the money is going to go into the circulation. It's going to benefit the Mamamboga, Mr. Speaker. Part of that pending bills is part of the money that's supposed to be paid to KRA. Mr. Speaker, as we look at this report, to me, I don't think at this difficult time, Mr. Speaker, it is overambitious. The revenue projections, Mr. Speaker, I wonder where the money is going to come from. Many businesses, as we speak right now, because of the pandemic, the businesses have closed down, Mr. Speaker. I used to run a consultant's firm which used to do very well, Mr. Speaker. But we closed down because of the challenges right now. And as businesses close down, there's also lack of employment. As you lose employment, Mr. Speaker, because through employment, people can pay through payee under the income tax, Mr. Speaker. So the government needs to put a strategy in place of the economic recovery strategy. The economic recovery strategy that has been put in place post-pandemic, this corona, Mr. Speaker, it is not realistic. I remember the very first days when I was still as teacher, the lecturer at the university, when we used to hear about the Kibaki's ERS, the economic recovery strategies of creation of wealth, creation of employment, which led to the Vision 2030. It was very realistic. And people like Kimunya who were there during that time, they should bring the expertise. I mean, they should listen to them so that we'll be able to know that the economy is going to change. The projected GDP growth of 6.3%, I'm not sure whether it's realistic, Mr. Speaker. Because we have to move on, things are moving. I know time is not on my side, but I just want to mention 1 minute as I move on, Mr. Speaker, the issue of corruption. Corruption is the big problem we have in this country. When projects are being costed, they must be costed within the range. That's where the problem is. And corruption starts from the budget-making process. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of agriculture, our economy is largely dependent on agriculture. We are a part of the Maputo Declaration, which talks about that 10% of the GDP should go to agriculture. But here, we are not given 2%. How I wish, as we move forward, as we domesticate these treaties, we must operationalize so that we'll be able to fund them accordingly. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also to thank the Budget Committee for the work that they tried to do within the shortest time frame.
Chair held. Honorable Sabina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And from the onset, I want to say I support this motion. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to thank members of my committee, the Health Committee, and also Budget Committee for the work we have done to go through this budget-making process. Mr. Speaker, there were several lessons that we learned, and Honorable Amalo has talked about the Mobutu, the 10%, the Abuja Declaration of our health, 15% of the money to go to health. It is important also, Mr. Speaker, for this House to know that there is also a lot of money that is going to the counties. So when we say agriculture is devolved or health is devolved, how are we then able to tell how much is going to agriculture or to health within our counties, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, part of the issues that the committee made an observation was one about the UAT scheme that has been identified to cover the 1 million households of vulnerable indigent households. And we allocated 6 billion, which has also been allocated this time, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I've just seen the supplementary budget that this money will go. And this has been caused by the delay. The governors have taken 1 year, Mr. Speaker, to give the names of indigents, just 1 million households in this Republic of Kenya. We allocated this money. Unfortunately, we have our people who cannot be able to benefit. And as a committee, have also made an observation that there are so many other small projects that are being run by the NHIF, starting with Linda Mama. There is also the insurance for the high school students and for the elderly. And Mr. Speaker, if all this money will be brought together, and that's part of our recommendation as a committee, then we can even be able to cover 4 million households, and that means more than 20 million Kenyans, and we can make UHC a reality. And so we have tasked the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Social Services to come together and collapse all these small insurances that are being given out there to one that can be able to cover and be beneficial to Kenyans, and also will not require to add more money. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health has unpaid court awards amounting to 39 billion. And as members have indicated here, it is important because these were suppliers, that we know how we can be able to settle. And this House needs to come up with a permanent solution on pending bills. I know His Excellency, the President, has really talked about pending bills, given deadlines, but the ministries, even when they are presenting their budgets, Mr. Speaker, they don't seem to take pending bills as part of their urgent matters. They are quick to start new projects or even to ask more money, but the pending bills that they owe many Kenyans, and some of them have even gone bankrupt, it is important that we come up with a policy on how to settle. The Ministry of Health, through the county governments, have also done the vaccination because of COVID-19, and the target was around 1.2 million Kenyans. And Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget, there's also been allocation for the COVID vaccine. I know majority of Kenyans have not even managed to get the first vaccine. And so the allocation of the money to the COVID vaccine will really make sure that more Kenyans are covered and get the vaccine. Though the challenge, Mr. Speaker, has been that we have to rely from other countries, from donors. even from other countries who are now producing this vaccine. And therefore, we took it upon ourselves as a committee to add some more money to KEMRI so that we can enhance our research, Mr. Speaker. And because all these vaccines, the trials are done in this country, we believe we have men, great men and women, who are our scientists who can actually come up with a vaccine in Kenya. And if South Africa have their own vaccine, why not Kenya? And so we have really put a lot of effort to try and get some little money to KEMRI, and where the ministry had not even considered them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on our referral facilities, currently we have the Kenyatta National Hospital, we have the new Kenyatta University Hospital, we have Mathare Hospital and spinal injury. We had made some recommendations in this house that the Mathare Hospital becomes a semi-autonomous body together with the spinal injury. And they have taken baby steps. Finally, the Mathare Hospital has actually now become a SAGABA with no budget. And so in this year's budget, we are looking at how we can be able to improve the facility. But a lot of has to be done in this Mathare Hospital so that they can also be able to lend the services at the county level, because currently mental health is not given the serious attention that it requires in this country. And Mr. Speaker, our recommendation to add some amount of money to the Mathare Hospital, we also recommended that we need to sort out the Ministry of Interior and the remandees who are normally taken to the Mathare Hospital due to their mental status. Mr. Speaker, if this House would take a visit, just one day, even independent members, just to go and see how those remandees stay in the Mathare Hospital is quite a pathetic situation. And so we would recommend, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Interior to take up the matter and start funding, because when they go there, they are dumped. They are not under the Ministry of Health because they came out from the courts. And Mr. Speaker, their conditions, from the sleeping condition, we have an old nurse who is taking care of 200 and more these mental patients who have come from our courts. Mr. Speaker, it's unfair, it's inhuman, and we have recommended that we improve the status of Mathare Hospital so that we can be able to even make sure that the lives of those people who are there become better, not worse as they go there. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, the Mathare Teaching and Referral Hospital caters for a huge number of capital offenders, and so we hope that there will be an agreement between the Ministry of Health and also the Ministry of Interior on how to manage them. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the alternative space to be given to that mental health also came up as we did the budget, and we are hoping that the Ministry of Land also will issue Mathare Hospital with a title so that we can be able now, Mr. Speaker, to actually plan on expanding that hospital. The National Hospital Insurance Fund, which is NHIF, has also outstanding payments to Mathare and other facilities. And Mr. Speaker, we are hoping that as we give NHIF money, that they can be able also to make sure that they pay the facilities that they owe. But Mr. Speaker, one of the challenges with the county and with the devolved government is that when money is reimbursed to the facilities, that money is not directly reimbursed, even if it's Linda Mama money or any NHIF reimbursement. This money goes to the county coffers, and the governors can decide to either build roads or do anything else with that money. And so one of our recommendations is that we should look at the PFM Act so that the money that is meant for health is reinforced to go back to the facilities. There are some facilities, for example, in my county, I have Maragua Hospital that is very good with maternal health. But once they attend to these mothers and they give them services and the money does not come back to them, then they are not able to give good services. That's why you find that somebody has a Linda Mama. We are telling our ladies that it's free to go to give when you're going to deliver. But then you find basic things like cotton wools, they're not even available in these facilities. And this is only because the money does not go directly to these facilities. And part of our recommendation is that, Mr. Speaker, this money can go straight to these facilities. Mr. Speaker, another challenge that we have faced, and we have done some policy recommendation as part of this budget, is that we have a solution for the doctors who go for training at the master's level who come to the national facilities and leave the counties. Our counties are struggling, Mr. Speaker, because once the doctors come for training, they continue paying them, but they are not able to give services to that county. And so part of our policy recommendation is that we have money for training that is going to be given to the Kenyatta and Moi Teaching Referral and the Kenyatta University facility and even Mathari facility, so that when the doctors come for training here, the national government can take care of them because they are serving their facilities, and then the governors can have a chance to employ new doctors who can replace them and give services. Currently, Mr. Speaker, if one county has 2 or 3 doctors doing their masters, then the services there are almost, not below what is expected, Mr. Speaker. And as we talk about UHC, then how would we achieve UHC if you don't even have enough doctors within our facilities? We have also noted, Mr. Speaker, a trend amongst members and also in almost all constituencies that, Mr. Speaker, every constituency wants to have a Kenya medical training facility. And we have recommended a policy, a ministry to give us a policy on where to establish an MTC. And Mr. Speaker, even with the budgets, we cannot sustain if the 290 constituencies each has a KMTC. Where will we even get the teachers to teach these students? Will we even have enough? So it is important that we look at the distribution, how many counties have KMTC, so that we are able to know the numbers and also facilitate them accordingly. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I just want to say that this year's budget has really looked at many things, but would also urge Treasury that the requests and the amendments that are done by the committees to be taken seriously, because we take time to interact with the
Yes, your space is gone, Honorable Shege. Please, no, look at it this way. You know, this is the final day, and time is quite tight for everyone, and we have chairs who, as a matter of the resolution of this House, must take priority. The chair of Energy hasn't spoken, the chair for ICT hasn't spoken, and majority hasn't spoken, and the other members who haven't spoken. So we shall start with the leader of majority party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will try to take less time than I have. I rise to support this, the report on the committee, and basically thank everyone for the effort they put on this general debate on the estimates. Honorable Speaker, this House has bestowed with us a very sacred mandate, amongst other things, considering approving public expenditure every financial year. And this falls within is a pivotal responsibility. When you look at the very root of the architecture of constitutional democracy, which was based on no taxation without representation, this House apportions the money to the executive and all that. And it's pursuant to this that under Article 221 of the Constitution, that the Treasury then submitted its budget estimates, which was followed closely by the judiciary submitting their estimates, and then Parliament also submitted their estimates in accordance with Articles 127 and 123. And these were then committed to the Budget and Appropriation Committee in accordance again with Article 221 to look and internalize and consolidate all this together and report back to the National Assembly. So at the very outset, I want to commend the committee. I know they've been working hard. They're still trying to reconcile some issues. But they've had like 14 sittings before they came here, and 2 with Treasury. We had 1 yesterday, and I know we had 1 this morning. And hence, I know there's a lot of work going on, even as we continue this debate. Now, this year's budget also comes in at a time when we obviously have this COVID challenge. And in line with about every other country in the world, the focus is on how do we get back to situations before COVID and even better. And the theme, the operating words of is basically this thing of building back better. And it was captured very well within the budget theme for this week, building back better, strategy for resilient and sustainable economic recovery and inclusive growth.
And I just want to talk to those words, because most of these cliches, it's so easy to just put them into speeches and paperwork. And we need to internalize and think of what exactly, when we are saying building back better, what are we talking of? Knowing that COVID has been with us and it's cost us quite a bit. When we're talking of building back better, we're basically calling for a certain introspection. Building back better means we have understood, we have appreciated that we were not building well before. And certain people have looked at it, it's become a scholarly thing. And examples have been given, for example, within the health sector, especially within developing countries. We've been investing in health. But when COVID hit us, because us in the political classes, the people in leadership, could afford to fly out of the country for treatment, so we abandoned and neglected our health facilities in the country. But thanks to COVID, planes were grounded. There was no travel to those countries, even those who could afford it. And hence, people have had to now go back and get treatment in the local facilities that had been abandoned. So COVID has opened a new whole thinking that if you don't build back better, if you don't invest in our health facilities, a lockdown, a global lockdown will mean everyone will have to use the facilities they have. If you don't build back better our manufacturing base, like we now did with the PPEs, it will mean, because we cannot get PPEs from other countries, you will suffer if you don't have your manufacturing capacity. And I believe that when the CS for Treasury now talks of building back better as the theme for this budget, the people in government are thinking in the same way. Not just thinking of we're waiting for COVID to end so that people can fly out to seek medical treatment or to buy things from out there instead of building that local capacity. It also means, and I think this theme about sustainable, inclusive growth, we're talking of if we continue having inequalities, and this has been experienced even in Singapore, where you have migrant workers that are put in some very chaotic living conditions. When the rest of the country had sorted out the COVID situation, the poor had not gotten the same access. And hence, when COVID hit the poor, it went back even to the rich. So if we don't sort out some of these inequalities, this disease does not respect social status. It will hurt those who have and those who don't have. But if we sort out the inequalities within the country, then we will grow together as an economy. And I think the other thing that has been highlighted within this COVID and the building back better is the issue of transparency and war on graft. If China had become more transparent on the transmission of this disease upfront, if those doctors who went to say we have a new variant, we have a new virus in Wuhan, were not silenced, estimates have said that if the exposure, if all this information came out 3 weeks before, we would have saved probably 95% of the casualty. So the whole issue of transparency in government is being highlighted with this. And I see that coming out within the theme. And I do hope as Parliament we shall insist on getting that. Yes, we are not just giving money. There's a commitment to building back better. There's a commitment to doing things not in the same business as usual, but now in a way that will build our manufacturing capacity into the future, to ring-fence from global lockdowns, that will help to make sure that we help our health facilities to ensure that we have this inequitable distribution. And I believe there's a time that we also start thinking of even our politics of division, exclusions, and competition for resources, so that we can think of focusing on an economic agenda that will propel our country forward. And even as I talk about this competition, I also have in mind that even within here, we are competing with other users of funds. I know we keep hearing, oh, if we don't have CDF, we will not pass the budget, right? But we must know we are only one of the users. And I want to appeal to members because we've done very well in achieving our CDF targets. Let's continue developing the country as we also unlock the future potential by facilitating the budget process for everyone else. As we talk, I believe we have enough money to continue. I'm trying to cut short most of the things so I can give members an opportunity to also speak. But I also want to touch briefly on the so-called trilemma that is now facing the finance ministers across the developing countries. COVID has brought in extra demands for spending to crank up the economy, to stimulate the economy, and also to respond to the pandemic. So extra money is required. It also meant that because businesses are down, the revenues are depressed, or at best, stagnant. There's also a clamor that people are against borrowing. Now, trying to reconcile these three trilemmas, more spending is required, there's less money available through revenues, and there's a restriction on spending. We need, as a parliament, to start opening our minds and stop listening to civil society who think that borrowing is evil, right? We need to start telling ourselves, we are encouraging students when they're going to university, go and borrow from the Higher Education Loans Board to finance your education. We should feel as a country, we should be encouraging the country, go and borrow to finance the 27% that you're spending on the education of our children. We should not just start feeling that borrowing should be for capital projects. We should even borrow for all the Article 43 commitments that we have to give to the people of Kenya. So it's something that we start, as a parliament, need to start thinking of. Because soon we are going to hit and exceed our debt ceiling. And if we're going to straitjacket ourselves and say we are not going to borrow beyond the 9 trillion we did, which means we are not going to spend any more, yet we are not going to raise our revenues, we are going to get this country into a stagnation mode. And reviving a stagnant economy is more expensive than what we need to do. And I think what we need to focus is on the cost of that debt, not the amount of debt. So I just wanted to alert that I'm not in any way suggesting soon we'll be coming to that, but when that happens, for purposes of revving up this economy, so we can grow at more than 6%, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we start preparing our minds that, yes, so long as we know that we are borrowing this money to put in this, and we have closed the doors so that horses will not bolt with our money, that we have stopped, because of the war on corruption, that we have stopped wastages, then it makes sense to borrow, especially now when the rates are so low, and so long as the rate of economic growth is higher than the rate of interest you're paying, you're actually advised to borrow, even at the personal level. So those are some of the things that we need to start thinking of, and I want to encourage members, as we look at this budget, let's also start thinking into the future as we implement it. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm also aware that within the discussions, I've looked at what the committee has come up with. I've also listened to what the minister read out to us in terms of the figures that he proposed and what the committee proposed. And I know there's a difference of about 3-point-something billion that has not been financed. And I want to encourage the chair of Budget Committee and the various departmental chairs who have sat together and increased the expenditures beyond the fiscal framework to go back and expedite the discussion they are having with the Treasury so that we don't have any expenditure coming into this House that has not been funded. Because we are the same ones who insist that the balance, that the budget must be balanced. And we cannot be the House that then
adds on expenditure that does not have matching revenue. So I want to ask them to expedite, to harmonize the two figures. And I'm aware from at least my own engagement with them that the chair is contemplating bringing some amendment into this, but I'll let him speak to that and give the necessary notices so that the figure we are approving, much as we are approving it today, is likely to change by the time we come to the individual votes in the Committee of Supply, so that we don't end up approving a budget here that is not supported. Because that will only mean that because we have exhausted our debt limit in terms of the commitments we made to IMF, it will only mean that when we now discuss the finance bill, the only option will be to ask our people to pay more taxes to finance the extra expenditure. It's easier that we first of all live within our means. What has been committed, the fiscal framework has been negotiated. It's unlocking also some grants and low-cost loans through the international institutions. And if we don't get this balance right, we could end up jeopardizing some of the negotiations we made as a country, or jeopardizing the financial power of our people through having higher taxation. Honorable Speaker, I know I have probably more time than that, but in the interest of getting a few more members to speak, I want to once again thank the committee for a wonderful job and ask them to expedite that process so that as we go through the next phase in the Committee of Supply, we will tidy up all this. And then Treasury and government to stick to the real meaning of building back better, not business as usual. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Shall we then have the Chair of Health, not Health, but Energy? Honorable Karia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. As I support this motion, Honorable Speaker, it is important for us to realize that the budget-making process is a constitutional right, and this House has been mandated by the Constitution to be able to go through the process of the budget-making process. Under Article 221, Honorable Speaker, it is very important that this House does recognize its mandate on what it is expected of this House. Honorable Speaker, looking at the Constitution, which we must adhere to, that this House, the Constitution has given directive as to how we should proceed with the budget-making process. And it is sometimes very unfortunate that part of what we are doing, or the constitutional right that this Parliament has, and of course our standing order that does guide us on how we undertake this process, we find it very difficult sometimes when most of the issues that have been raised are not being taken seriously, and departmental committees, Honorable Speaker, have an opportunity of interacting deeply with the respective ministries and departments, so that whenever they are giving a recommendation, Honorable Speaker, it is not out of the blues, but it is informed by what is supposed. And I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, sometimes you find a department has given you some information, an information that you totally believe in, that is the correct information that is being given. But when you use that information to make a recommendation and a decision, the same ministry comes back and says that was a misinformation. And it is unfortunate, Honorable Speaker, to that level that sometimes we need to make decisions. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, in the budget-making process, and this we did request the chair of the Budget Committee and more so the Budget Department of Parliament to also be seconding very, very senior physical analysts to our committees. And I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, the physical analyst who is a staff of the department has a know-how of the budget making process. And sometimes some of the recommendations or decisions that the committee does are not properly informed sometimes, And so we need the department to, at least to get qualified physical analysts who could be advising committees on some various aspects as you make decisions, that this, please note that these are the consequences or these are the pros and cons of the decisions that you're making, so the committee is properly informed of a decision and recommendation that we are supposed to do. Honorable Speaker, talking of the BPS, the policy that is brought forth before the committee, we go through it, and we would want to agree that for the first time in so many years, there is a consistency and concurrence and some merging of these two, the estimates and the budget policy statement. And I want to agree that much as we are given ceilings by when these estimates are being brought on the floor of the House, it is important also to note what role that ministry plays in achieving the policies or in achieving the goals or objective of that. Because most of the time, let's say, for example, energy, it's one of the biggest enabler of, say, a policy of the Big Four agenda, or even some of the very, very important agendas that not only Kenya, but placed worldwide. So it is important to note that Treasury should note that those departments that are enablers should be considered, particularly when these estimates are being done. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the budget and you see deficit, sometimes it hurts because, again, you can only imagine if you have a deficit, it only means one thing or two things. One, you will either have to tax Kenyans more or you have to go and borrow. And of course, it has been said by so many other speakers that the debt ceilings of this country now are worrying. And much as the majority speaker says it is good to borrow, but you must borrow for purposes of production and not consumption. And I think that is important for us to be able to, when you see a budget that has a deficit, then it is important for us also, as we approve this, is to understand where is this money going to come from. And if it's going to come from excessive and unbearable taxes that are going to be bestowed on our constituents, then again, as Parliament, we should try and stick within our means, reduce the deficit, so that, again, we don't encourage a lot of taxation or foreign borrowing or just local borrowing that also attracts a lot of interest. Honorable Speaker, the budget-making process is, as the Constitution requires, has to have a public participation element. And, Honorable Speaker, it is important for the Budget Committee now to consider, when they are going round for public participation, it is also not right to go to 2 or 3 constituencies. We need at least a third, so that they can be able to get the feeling of the country and what they require. Some of the places, maybe they require more infrastructure, road infrastructure. Some of the places is electricity. Some of the, we have different requirements. But I think it is important under the public participation that the Budget Committee should visit more of the constituency or counties as they are doing right now. Honorable Speaker, let me talk about absorption. It is very unfortunate that most of the time when we get the supplementary budget estimates, most of the reasons that are being given for the reduction of some of this expenditure, it's that the absorption is low. Honorable Speaker, Treasury, much as they collect, they must also be able to give, as it is in the PFM Act, on a quarterly basis, be able to disperse what is required. So when the absorptions are so low, then it means even the targets and the output, we cannot, even as departmental committees. Sometimes we want to evaluate, we want to monitor, but when the absorption is that low, respective ministries and departments will always give as a scapegoat that we have not received this much. That is why we have not been able to attain our targets as indicated So again, it is important for us to look at particularly Treasury. As they collect, they must also be able to give respective ministries and departments their money so that they can be able to actualize what they had. Honorable Speaker, there is something that is seeing, and it's now becoming a trend, that a ministry fights with, ministries basically are supposed to be purely policy matters and has nothing to do with the actual implementation of the ministry's activity, because we have various departments. But, Honorable Speaker, you find ministries now fighting for the actualizing of those through, you find a ministry doing tendering. Honorable Speaker, if you have a department that has been, by law, has been mandated to do a specific job, allow that ministry and that, allow that department to be able to undertake that mandate that has been. And I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, a few of the departments that we were given under the Energy Act 2019, we bestowed the responsibility of renewable energy to a certain department called REREC. But, Honorable Speaker, you find the ministry still sticking with some of these very critical. Honorable Speaker, one of the other critical issues that we are seeing in our budgets is litigation. Huge sums of money going to lawyers, and they are not even budgeted sometimes. And you wonder, how comes that you engaged a certain contractor, then all of a sudden there is some litigation. So huge sums of money, Honorable Speaker, are going towards, and we should, as Parliament, make the respective cabinet ministries or CEOs to take responsibility of some of this litigation that we are losing. So we find so many projects have been terminated. In one aspect, Honorable Speaker, where only 600 million was supposed to be payable, went to court and they were awarded 4-point-something billion as an award with only a balance of 600 million. So how can we continue with this kind of? So, Honorable Speaker, there are quite a number of issues, but again, we are going.
The final chairperson for our committee is Honorable Mark Nyamita, who is representing the ICT committee. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I'll speak on behalf of the Committee of ICT and also maybe on my behalf, just my thoughts on this budget-making process. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by thanking my colleagues in the Budget Committee for the long hours that we actually took to listen to the departmental committees and finally come up with recommendations that have since been tabled on this floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, some of those deliberations went late into the night. In fact, on one particular day, I think we sat late until midnight. But I think it is for the greater good, not only of this House, but for the country. Specifically in the department for the Ministry of ICT, one of the things that for me stood out is the pending bills. In the State Department for ICT and Broadcasting, we have pending bills of about $1 billion and $1.9 billion respectively. Mr. Speaker, part of these pending bills relate to local suppliers. And in this particular budget, there is no provision. This is extremely dangerous because these are the people that the same government is hoping to collect taxes from. If you don't pay them for services that they've actually rendered, Mr. Speaker, then we are killing ourselves. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, within this ministry, there has been extreme and high expenditure in the Ministry of ICT specifically, the Department for Information and Communication, under the North Bay project. However, you know, the output out of this project has not been quite something tangible. And one of the things, Mr. Speaker, that we've noted is that we need a robust, there's a bit of noise here, Mr. Speaker. The system problem behind here. Mr. Speaker, and the committee has set out to develop a proper monitoring and evaluation team that really will see whether we're actually getting true value for this money. You will find that the original cost that was put for NOFB, when you compare it with the money that has been used for maintenance, the maintenance cost is actually higher when we actually haven't quite utilized it. Today, the last mile connectivity of the NOFB, it has gone into county and sub-county headquarters. But some of those legs within the various parts of the country, we are unable to actually utilize them because they're not in use, but we continue to spend very huge amounts. And you remember this is a project that was actually single-sourced, Mr. Speaker. And I think as the Budget Committee and our recommendation, and I think I've seen also the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee that by the 1st of September, within the end of first quarter, the committee has been challenged to present a report to this House in that regard. Mr. Speaker, there is...
Order. What is out of order? Honorable Oboko. Get the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on a motion of privilege. There's some noise behind us, and it's like gas leakage. Could, through your office, establish exactly what's going on also for just the safety of the members? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, in fact, I have directed the sergeant at arms and the technical people to sort out. I can hear even from where I'm seated. So the technical people pick up that so that the members are comfortable. Yes, Honorable Boko, that is being picked up by the technical
Speaker,
team.
actually the noise is right behind me, and my colleague next to me is saying it might be a bomb.
No, it
I
can't
hope
be, but
I'm safe.
the technical people should pick
Mr.
it
Speaker,
up immediately. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, one of the other issues is that there are many state-owned enterprises within the ministry that are getting to moribund status, and one of them is the Postal Corporation of Kenya. Within the supplementary too, Mr. Speaker, due to COVID and other issues, this particular House approved an additional 810 million for Postal Corporation to help them pay for salaries. But Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that the total amount that the Postal Corporation still owes, including to government, is well up to about 4 billion shillings. So we need to, as a government, decide what is the rightful way that we are going to do so that we ensure that some of the state-owned enterprises that are no longer trading, that are no longer viable, they can be restructured so that we get true value for taxpayers' money. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that is also affecting the state corporations under this particular ministry, and I'll start with the Postal Corporation of Kenya. When the ministry, when the government started putting up Huduma centers, a number of Huduma centers are actually in post offices across the country. To date, Huduma Center is domiciled under the Ministry of Interior. They owe Postal Corporation in excess of 1.2 billion. We have pushed, and we hope that this House can help us earmark, together with the Treasury, that within the budget for Interior, the said amount of 1.2 billion can actually be directly deducted at source and be remitted to Postal Corporation so that they can get back to business. The same applies to KBC. Mr. Speaker, during this pandemic, KBC did receive an instruction from the Communication Authority to air education content for free. And of course, there's nothing for free, Mr. Speaker. They have to pay for signal, they have to pay for electricity, they have to pay for the workers. And they have estimated that the airtime that they did give to KBC, to the Ministry of Education, is up to about 512 million. So we are also asking that probably this House might consider, maybe as the amendments are coming, and I think the State Department will be trying to seek such authority for the House, that the said amounts be deducted directly from the respective ministries and then be sent to the sagas themselves. We have also realized, Mr. Speaker, during the course of our budget process and interaction with the ministries, that some of the targets, including of some of these state-owned enterprises, are not realistic. For example, KBC, we realized that within their targets, they only had the number of bulletins they have produced, the number of airtime they have done, but the real thing that they need to commercialize, which is viewership, is not captured as a target. And we did challenge them that they need to have that included. Within this particular ministry, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that there are only 2 new projects, which is the Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project, which is going to enable the broadband connectivity along the Northern Corridor. And there is another connectivity project which was signed by the President when he traveled to Djibouti. However, there were no funding that was provided in this particular budget. Mr. Speaker, if I proceed to the general budget, and I think we must appreciate that this budget has been done in the context of COVID. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeing my time has been taken, but you will add me a few more minutes because of the interruption of, as they were trying to put up the bomb that was behind me, Mr. Speaker.
No, there was no bomb, Honorable Member. Proceed.
I wanted to say that this budget has been done within the context of COVID, and we must ask ourselves that the third wave, and almost now that we're moving into the fourth wave, is it going to be the last? And the question is, should we get into the fifth and the sixth wave, even as we have budgeted? It is going to disrupt our budgeting process. The question we need to ask ourselves as a country, are we going to be able to sustain, even within the tight fiscal framework that we are? You'll also note, Mr. Speaker, that IMF are already within. They've come in within their conditions, both on revenue and expenditure and restructuring. So I think we need to, the various, as a House, as even we oversight the executive, we need to be aware of the new conditions that are actually going to happen. On the issue of public participation, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that public participation has not been very effective, again, due to the pandemic. Before, I remember in the last 3 years, we've been going around the country, and we've actually done about 12 counties every particular year, whereby we ask all the members and members of that particular county to come to one sitting. But this has not been possible over the last 2 years, for obvious reasons, and we've relied on written submissions. Mr. Speaker, you would know, because of challenges of education and literacy levels at different levels, for them to provide written submissions become a bit of a problem. One of the biggest things, Mr. Speaker, which I've alluded to earlier, on the issue of pending bills, without provision for pending bills, and we continue to abandon ongoing projects and provide for new projects, we are not helping the common man, Mr. Speaker. And even in as much as we say that pending bills are going to be a fast charge, we have done program budgeting. There is a budget for every single project. If you have not factored in for pending bills, then there's a problem. Even within the overall framework that we're talking about, Mr. Speaker, pending bills also qualifies for debt, because it is debt that has been taken from people who have, from local suppliers. It needs to be captured, and Treasury needs to develop a framework. We did ask them to provide us with the total pending bills, but they only gave in the mainstream ministries, which was totaling to about 37, without.
Well, Honourable Member, your time and space is gone. Honourable Members, we have 30 seconds to 6:30, and the House must rise. Honourable Members, I can tell from my screen, quite a number of members wanted to speak to this. But I want to remind us of the House resolution on February 10th, 2021, and indeed our standing order 239 and 240, that debate on the budget report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee shall take a maximum of 3 sittings. Those 3 sittings are done. And therefore, members, this brings a closure to this part of the budget process. But I want to remind members, we are still on this budget process, because we will be engaging now on the Committee of Supply, as and when that is sorted in our order paper. So we are still on this. But for the report, that is done. In the circumstances, I will direct the mover replies to this on tomorrow afternoon, so that then the question is put. Honourable members, the time being 6:30 p.m., this House stands adjourned until today, Tuesday, 15th June 2021 at 7 p.m. for the evening sitting.